in. Everybody's popping
Yeah.
in.
We're almost there.
Did we have Marcus on board too?
I was looking for him.
He's up there.
Yes, I'm here.
All right.
Congratulations.
Good.
Yeah, way to go, you guys.
Congratulations.
The two newbies are buying dinner.
I like that.
We
I
are
like that.
live. We are live. Welcome to our viewing audience. And here we are at our board meeting, and thank you for joining us tonight. We're going to call our meeting to order, and I will ask Mr. Gallo, can you please lead us in the pledge tonight?
I certainly can. Would you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Place your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. We still need to go back to rehearsal. We'll get it again. Tenors, sopranos, we'll learn our parts. 1.3, approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second. It's been moved in second. If there's no discussion, let's vote. Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman? Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers. Motion carried. Thank you. I always have to remember myself. All right, 1.4, inspirational message. And that's actually coming from me tonight. And so I am going to have a little assistance. Thank you so much.
You did say inspirational.
I did. I absolutely did. And we do have the pleasure tonight of some little people that, as you see on the screen, I'm so happy that this past Saturday, as you all may know, Dr. Hill and I do something called Coffee with the Community. And this past Saturday, we did virtual orange juice with students. And these were the students that joined us. So board, I'd like you to say hello to them because I did ask them. So give them a virtual wave to join us. We have Edgar Valenzuela. He's from Salinas Elementary. We have Jazz Williams. She's from Rodriguez Middle School. We have Alma Valenzuela from Rodriguez Middle School. We have Jamani Chess, who was recently featured in an article in the news from Cajon High School. And these students shared with us this past week their first 2 weeks of school, what it was like. So I asked them if they would join me in giving me my inspiration. And so I want to share with you tonight, overall, they shared with us that things are going well. There's a lot of work, but nothing they feel that they cannot handle. They shared that it is a different and a unique way of being educated, but also said that they feel that this will help them in their college transition. They said they enjoy opening up in the morning. They get a chance to interact with each other as students, so they really enjoy that. And they wanted their families to know that they love having outside activities with them as well. Lastly, we also heard that they would like, so I would like the district to listen up to this, that it would be great for them to lead some pledges in the morning, to also the announcements and have encouraging words of the day. And then they gave us some actual quotes. And it reads, "It is important to stick together as a community, and with each other, we can get through this if we remain united." Secondly, they said, if you see someone without a smile, give them one of yours. Then they said, with pain and loss, there is purpose. So please give our students another virtual round of applause. We thank you so much for giving us this information and continue to keep doing a wonderful job.
Way to go.
Right.
Madam President, before you move on, you failed to introduce our student from Cardinal City.
Oh, I did. I absolutely did. How could I have done that? We also had Leah, who was also joined with us, Leah Amaya, who joined with us from Cardinal City. And we certainly appreciate it. She gave the last inspiration about purpose. Thank you so much, Dr. Hill. All right, we will now move to 2.1, presentation of the Making Hope Happen Award.
Thank you, President Rogers. We're actually going to kind of weave 2.1 and 2.2 together just a little bit.
Okay.
And so it's a pleasure, board and viewing audience, to recognize some very, very special people. This evening, we're going to present our Making Hope Happen Award to a very dedicated community leader who has changed our community for the better. And in addition, we're going to be introducing our two newest members of cabinet who are taking on executive leadership roles in the San Bernardino City Unified School District during what is probably the most unique time that any of us have taken on an executive role. And so we're going to spend a few moments talking about them and welcoming them. First, our Making Hope Happen Award. The Making Hope Happen Award is one of the highest honors that is bestowed by the school district and has actually been given less than a dozen times since its inception about 7 years ago. So it's not one that's given out very frequently at all. We're happy to continue recognizing the amazing work of individuals who dedicate themselves to making a difference in the lives of our students. At this time, the district would like to honor a community leader who has gone above and beyond to ensure that the students of the San Bernardino City Unified School District have opportunities to excel and reach their goals and aspirations. Under his leadership, the Making Hope Happen Foundation has made tremendous growth toward delivering resources where they are needed to achieve a thriving and innovative community in which every student is a successful lifelong learner. The foundation has grown from having less than $100,000 to nearly $2 million to support our students under his leadership. Among its most notable successes has been the awarding of 375 scholarships to our graduates since the year 2016. As founding president of the board of directors of the Making Hope Happen Foundation, this individual believes educating our students is not only a job for the district, but for the entire community. He believes that a healthy community is one in which all come together to provide hope and resources for our youth. After serving 5 years as foundation president, he recently passed the baton to Eddie Garcia, CEO of Thankwise Credit Union. And so now, President Gwen, I turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Volkemer. So it's with great pleasure I want to present this prestigious award, as you said, to Dr. Sam Gibbs. He recently retired as Director of Internal Audit Service and Quality from Omnitrans Public Transportation, if you didn't know. I've had the pleasure of working closely with Dr. Gibbs over the past 5 years, so I'm going to take a few moments to brag on him if you don't mind. Having full knowledge of his governance and his finance, his accounting, and best practices, Dr. Gibbs has provided great insight on how to use resources and to strengthen moving foundations forward. He holds a doctorate in management and organizational leadership, and he also serves as a member of the business faculty for multiple colleges and university. Aspiring to walk the walk and talk the talk, Samuel also aims to work alongside other members of the community to build the city of San Bernardino up, investing in the youth of our city in his own personal way to pay it forward. Dr. Gibbs, you certainly are worthy of the recipient of the Making Hope Happen Award. I look forward to seeing you in person, and I will share with our viewing audience this wonderful award, of which I get to keep with me for now. But this is the award that we will be giving to Dr. Gibbs. We salute you tonight. We salute you. Hopefully you can see that. All right, Dr. Gibbs, I would like to now turn it over to you.
Yes, I'm not hiding. I've lost my camera for some reason.
We can see you.
Oh, okay. I just want to take the opportunity to thank Dr. Volkemer, Dr. Marston in his absence, you, Madam President, and the entire Board of Education. It is one of my passions to work diligently to help educate our children. And I'm just humbled that you would award me for doing that. That is, as I see it, part of my responsibility. But it's always nice to have somebody say thank you for doing what we should be doing anyway. So I thank you, I'm honored, I'm humbled, and I intend to continue the work that we started 5 years ago alongside Eddie, Ginger, and the rest of the board of the Making Hope Happen Foundation to ensure that our children have hope every day that they come to school. So I thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gibbs. And President Rogers, if it's okay, we'll slide right into 2.2.
Yes, we will now go to 2.2.
Good. So this is the next part of our recognition, and we would normally introduce new members of our cabinet to our community during an in-person reception, which we may still hold at a later date. But for now, we want to acquaint you with our new assistant superintendents in this virtual setting. I'm going to tell you a little bit about them before I invite each to personally greet our board and audience. And I'll start with Dr. Sandra Rodriguez. Dr. Rodriguez, who is a passionate advocate for providing high quality education for all students, is the new Assistant Superintendent of Student Services. The division oversees a variety of programs aimed at student support and enrichment, including student wellness, family engagement, and our CAPS office. Dr. Rodriguez is attuned to the needs of our community since she grew up here. She is a San Bernardino resident and a 1990 graduate of Cajon High School. I'm sure she's saying go Cowboys right now. She has devoted her entire educational career to serving the students of San Bernardino and Highland. She has worked for SBC USD for more than 20 years, dedicating her work to ensuring that each child graduates from high school ready for college and career. While pursuing that goal, she has worked in a variety of roles, including as a classified employee, a high school special education teacher, and assistant principal. And then she served as principal of San Bernardino High School from 2006 to 2015. Most recently, Dr. Rodriguez served as the Director of Employee Relations, where she was responsible for ensuring good communication among different employee groups and maintaining effective labor relations. Dr. Rodriguez earned her doctorate in educational leadership from Azusa Pacific University. Her passion for student advocacy, diversity, and academic progress drives everything that she does, and we're thrilled to have her as a member of our team and know she's going to do an absolutely terrific job. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Dr. Volkemer. I am humbled for the opportunity to be able to serve our community. As he mentioned, my entire life has been about San Bernardino and really helping to change lives of kids, not only at my school, but at all schools. And so this role will afford me the opportunity to really make a difference with our youth from elementary, middle to high, providing opportunities for kids. And this has been a dream for me, and I'm just so excited to be able to serve in student services. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Great. Thank you, Sandra. We look forward to all the contributions we know you'll make in your new role. Next, I want to recognize Dr. Marcus Funchess, a former elementary school teacher, vice principal, and then human resources director for San Bernardino City Schools, who was promoted to assistant superintendent of human resources. The Human Resources Division oversees the hiring, retention, and development of all district employees. As Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Dr. Funchess will guide the hiring of the region's best teachers and support personnel. With more than 8,000 teaching and non-teaching employees, SBC USD is one of the largest employers in San Bernardino County and one of the largest school districts in the state of California. In 2014, Dr. Funchess earned his doctorate in leadership for educational justice from the University of Redlands, go Bulldogs. In 2016, he joined SBC USD's Human Resources Division, where he has managed the day-to-day operations and has been involved in hiring literally hundreds, if probably maybe even thousands, of teachers, other certificated employees, and classified employees to make sure our schools are fully staffed. Dr. Funchess collaboratively developed the Aspiring Administrator Program to grow and develop SBC USD leaders from within the district's own ranks, and his focus on creating opportunities for advancement within the district doesn't just include current employees. Dr. Funchess refined a program that had been in the district for quite some time, the Golden Bell award-winning Grow Our Own initiative to educate and hire the next generation of educators from our very own community. Prior to his role with Human Resources, Dr. Funchess served as the principal of both Henry and Thompson Elementary Schools and was an elementary school teacher. Dr. Funchess, the floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. I wanted to start off by saying thank you. I want to thank our board president, Ben Rogers, our board, Dr. Volkemer, our community, everybody. So cabinet, I want to thank you for believing in me. My core values that you've gotten used to, they come from my parents. I want to thank my parents for raising me with some good values and learning how to be a man of integrity. I want to thank my wife and my children for putting up with me. I also want to thank my colleagues out there, from principals to my staff, teachers that I've worked with, for supporting me and encouraging me over the years. This is for you as well. And we still have a lot of work to do together. And I also like to thank the community, our parents, our students that I've taught, and anybody that I've worked with over the years at San Bernardino. This is my 22nd year. And we've done this together, and we still have a lot of work to do. And I'm bringing you with me and remembering all those times that we've had. And I enter this work with a strong conviction that, positively impacting the lives that we have in front of us, that's our purpose. And that's how I'll go about this work. And I thank you for entrusting me with this. And I look forward to the years ahead. And let's do this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Funchess. Welcome to Cabinet, and we certainly look forward to the many contributions that you'll continue to make as you move into the assistant superintendency in that same division. So, board and audience, as their resumes show, and as we've highlighted, both Dr. Funchess and Dr. Rodriguez are proven leaders with extensive experience serving all levels of our school system. We welcome them again into their new roles. Let's give them a virtual round of applause in this virtual recognition setting. Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you,
President Rogers.
Absolutely, thank you. And on behalf of the board, we say congratulations again to you too, and welcome. 2.2, resolution recognizing September as Attendance Awareness Month. Dr. Wyatt, would you read that for us, please? Oh, you're on mute. Are you able to unmute? Okay. All right.
I am, but I don't see it on the screen. So I'm trying to find
Dr. Flores? Dr. Flores, do you have it open?
I do.
Okay. Can you please?
Sure. Did you find it, Dr. Wyatt?
I did not. I was trying to find it. So.
Okay. All right. I'll go ahead.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Resolution for recognizing September as Attendance Awareness Month. Whereas good attendance is essential for student achievement, and developing the habit of regular attendance prepares students to succeed from cradle to career. And whereas the San Bernardino City Unified School District dedicates resources and attention to reducing chronic absenteeism and is partnering with families, parents, and school leaders to make attendance a top priority by raising awareness, establishing targets and goals to ensure accountability. And whereas chronic absenteeism impacts low-income students and children of color particularly hard if they lack resources to make up for the loss of time in the classroom. And whereas chronic absences can be significantly reduced when schools, parents, faith organizations, business, community leaders, and elected officials work together to promote good attendance and address hurdles that keep children from getting to school. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District recognizes that greater attention is needed to improve student attendance, and that San Bernardino City Unified School District joins the nation in recognizing September as Attendance Awareness Month. We hereby commit to reducing chronic absenteeism to give children an equitable opportunity to learn, grow, and thrive academically, emotionally, and socially. So moved.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and properly second. If there's no further discussion, we will vote. Dr. Flores?
Yes, aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman? Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you so much. We will now move to 2.4, resolution recognizing Latinx Heritage Month. And Ms. Rosales Medina, would you be so kind to read that resolution?
Yes, I would love to. Whereas the San Bernardino City Unified School District joins organizations in towns and cities in our state and nation in the month-long celebration of Latinx heritage and culture, whereas nationally known as Hispanic Heritage Month, the period from September 15th to October 15th is a time to honor the many historical and present contributions of Latinx. And whereas Latinx have roots in Europe, Africa, and South and Central America, and has cultural ties to Mexico and the Caribbean. And this diversity has brought invaluable perspectives, experiences, and value to the district. And whereas Hispanics, be proud of your past, embrace the future, is a 2020 theme for Hispanic Heritage Month. And whereas the district celebrates the vibrant Latinx American spirit that influences our nation and also celebrates the practices of commitment to family, love of country, and respect for others, which are virtues that transcend ethnicity, reflect the American spirit, and are exemplified in Latinx. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District recognizes September 15th through October 15th, 2020 as Latinx Heritage Month, and directs that appropriate activities for its observation take place in the district schools. So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. If there's no further discussion, we will vote. Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman. Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Sí, con todo gusto.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. And motion carried. Thank you for that. All right, we are now at 3.1, our closed session. So to our viewing audience, we're going to take a moment to go into, well, I won't say a moment, I never know, but we will see you shortly. Board, let's go ahead and log out and go into our closed session. Ms. Rosales Medina. I see Ms. Hill. Do I see Dr. Flores and Mr. Tillman?
I'm here.
Okay. Dr. Flores, are you here? And Dr. Wyatt? It's not showing up. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and move to 4.1, HR Classified 20-21-1-ER. Be it resolved that the Board of Education accepts the notice of recommendation for disciplinary action and statement of charges to suspend 5 days without pay the following classified employee for her employment with the district, HR Classified 20-21-1-ER.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved in second. If there's no discussion, let's vote. Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
I abstain.
All right, Dr. Flores?
Aye.
And Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
All right, and Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you so much. We are now at 5.1, public comments. Public comments is a time during the agenda when the board is prepared to receive comments from the public within their subject matter jurisdiction, such as policies, regulations, and procedures of the district, comments on program, service, or operation of the district, or fiscal matters of the district. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda. Pursuant to the provision of the Governor's Executive Order N-2920, dated March 17, 2020, certain requirements of the Ralph M. Brown Act are suspended. With the district temporarily suspending public access to the Board of Education building, members of the public who wish to submit a public comment can do so beginning 24 hours prior to the start of the meeting via email until 4:30 p.m. on the night of the board meeting. Forms can be found on the district's website and Facebook. All comments are limited to 5 minutes or less. All comments on one subject matter are limited to a total of 30 minutes. Comments will be read by a facilitator. The board requests that any person wishing to make complaints against district employees is asked to file the appropriate complaint form prior to this meeting. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liabilities for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. Ms. Cunningham, is there comments to be read tonight?
Yes, ma'am, there are.
All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The first one is from Stephanie Liggins. And
someone needs to mute, please. I'm sorry. Someone needs to mute.
Okay. On Friday, August 7th, I emailed Betty Clark regarding a benefits issue that could have cost me several $100s if it had not been addressed. I explained the situation as concisely and clearly as I could, and within 30 minutes time, she not only answered me, but she resolved my problem and notified me of such. That professionalism and excellent work ethic is not to be overlooked or taken for granted. She stands out and above most workers. I had a problem this summer involving a different department that took 4 weeks to resolve. So Betty's 30-minute solution is amazing in comparison. In addition to assisting me on Friday during my retirement preparation, Betty made everything so simplistic that I never became nervous about messing up the process. And when I was confused, she calmed my fears. She had me put my paperwork in front of me, and then she walked me through exactly what to do. With her guidance, everything was done precisely and correctly. That was invaluable to me. The number one thing that I appreciate is her accessibility in this time of working from home. I have called the district office, put in the extension I needed, and the phone went dead after a few rings. But when I called Betty's line, I left a message and she returned my call quickly and solved my problem. May God richly bless Betty Clark for her diligent efforts on behalf of the employees of SBCUSD. She is definitely to be treasured. Next one is anonymous, and they ask, will there be a SERP offered in 2021? The next one is from a teacher, Joyella Bueller. Please consider giving teachers the option to teach from our classrooms at our school site, not only for our students, but for our emotional and physical well-being. I believe that with safety measures in place, it will give our students a sense of being in their classroom, which will benefit them in many ways. Our professional lives need to be separate from our personal lives. Teaching from home has also put added strains on relationships, especially during these difficult times. Some surrounding school districts have given their teachers the option of teaching from their classrooms, and many of us would like the same option. So again, please consider giving teachers the option of teaching from our classrooms. Next one is from Callista Combs, a teacher. During these difficult times, it is important that we support one another. We need to be proactive and use time that we have to ensure the academic prosperity of our students. Currently, it feels like we all have moved into a new home with limited resources. Everyone is in an unexplored landscape of learning, including parents and students. My concern is about the multiple tasks that are being put on the teachers that are taking the focus away from learning this new landscape and supporting our parents and students in this new journey. Our primary method of communication is electronic, which extends and increases communication times with parents and students. We also have multiple trainings we are involved in order to better serve our students, and many of us are using our personal time. In addition to also navigating this new home life with our families, taking care of elderly parents, children, and trying to support our community, all while staying safe and healthy. Which leads me to my main point. We understand that we have a district calendar. However, the calendar was created prior to the pandemic. Parents are still learning to navigate the world of technology while still trying to maintain their home, children, and their sanity. It is stressful. I would like the board to heavily consider extending timelines and dates that are not state mandated, but school district specific. Please allow us all time to let things settle, get moved into our new place of learning, and get familiar with the territory of this landscape. Parents will be grateful, students will be fully supported and academically prosperous, and teachers will be able to lay the foundation of the distance learning atmosphere that we know all of San Bernardino City Unified School District educators are capable of. Administration can focus on the bigger picture and safety of the staff and students as a whole. In order to accomplish this, we need your support, empathy, and understanding. Thank you. Next one is from Claudia, a parent. What do you do when your child's teacher doesn't know how to use the computer? My kids go to Norton Elementary. The older ones have a schedule they follow and they get work to do. The youngest is in TK and his poor teacher just doesn't know how to do school on the computer. My son hardly ever has work. She finally gave them some work and we have to print it to be able to do it. I don't have a printer and other people probably don't have one either, and I don't know how to print from the iPad anyway. My older kids don't have to print the work, they just do it on the Chromebook. If some of these teachers don't know how to use computers, can't they teach class at school instead, or get a teacher who can give work on the computer for TK like my other kids get? I want my son to learn. Thank you. The next one is from John Delacruz, a parent. Good evening, school board members. I have 4 children enrolled in SBCUSD. I have a concern with 2 of my students' schools, which is a middle school and a high school. My concern is that teachers at the secondary level believe it is acceptable to record their Zoom sessions when my children have their cameras on. I have not given the district permission to record my children during Zoom distance learning sessions. I spoke with my child's elementary principal and she showed me an email that was sent out to all principals telling them teachers are not to record Zoom or Google Meet sessions. This seems to be a district-wide issue because I've spoken with other parents who have stated the flashing record signal is on during their child's Zoom session, which means the session is being recorded. I am requesting that the district please send out the protocols for recording students to teachers and principals so we are all on the same page. I am reaching out to the school board so this issue can be addressed district-wide rather than have each school site make up their own recording protocols. The next one is from a San Bernardino City community member. As a community member and stakeholder, how can we trust in decisions made by SBCUSD leadership of board elected and cabinet members if COVID-19 safety regulations are not practiced by all SBCUSD employees and elected members? Next one is from members of SBCUSD regarding back to school night and empathy. We are not ready for back to school night. District side admin lacks empathy and understanding the situation teachers are facing. Teachers need more time to learn in the current state we are in, so please stop throwing more at us. Distance learning lessons are different than in-person lesson instruction. It would show support if admin understood this unique situation and pushed out certain deadlines and events at least 4 to 6 weeks further, so all become acclimated to situations. Therefore, begin with back to school night moving to September. Be mindful that it takes longer to communicate in these times with no phone. Parents are frustrated and learning as well, and the district needs to be patient. Back to school night needs to be pushed out to September because parents are still getting used to the technology, especially Wi-Fi, and many will miss back to school night. We need time to get to know our kids and have a handle on instruction, assessment, and SEL needs of students and families first before being ready for back to school night on a virtual platform. The next one is from Michelle, a parent. Can you please go over how student attendance is taken and review how teachers are ensuring what time the student has until to turn in work? I have been in attendance in all district board meetings as well as any school meetings with my child's principal, which my child's principal has hosted. I'm seeing that communication is not coming back as what we are given in these board meetings. It's very black and white, and then at school level, I get, well, it's up to the teachers how they want to do attendance, or it's up to the teacher how they want to accept students' work. There is no balance, and it's more frustrating to hear these things. I would also like to be contacted by someone from the board to address my concerns. Thank you. This one's from a concerned parent. Our children are not receiving the education they deserve. The online classes are not sufficient to explain new material, not to mention the mental health of our children is suffering. They need to be physically in school, have rules to wash hands and wear masks, but let our children return. You are doing more harm by keeping them home. The next one is from Maria, a student. I am currently studying online for my senior year and am finding it very hard for me to keep up through a class online for a person like me. I don't think I will be able to pass this year, and I doubt I will be the only one. This is why I stand by going back to school, of course, with precautions of COVID-19. Next one's from Raylina Granados, a student. I think we should return back to school, but with obvious rules like wearing your mask and temperature checks, etc. If it's a split schedule of students going in person 1 week and staying home the other, I believe it can work. Next one's from David Cortez, parents. When will students go back? Then we have Cedric Marquez, a student. Will school open by second semester? Another from Elvis De La Rosa, a student. Let's go back to school, please. Then Emily Bonola, a student. School should not reopen. Kimberly Manzanares, a parent. Reopen the schools. Yahira Ortega, a student. I would like to be physically back in school. From a parent, school should not reopen. Enrique Beltran Reyes, a student, school should only reopen if it's safe. From Liliana Davis, a student, please let us go back at least 2 to 3 times a week. My teachers are struggling to give me the education I need. I'm not learning anything. If it's going to be like this, we shouldn't do online school because there has been nothing but constant mess ups. This is so hard. I'm struggling and drowning in assignments that my teachers can't even really help me with. How do you expect us to succeed without the proper help? We should either end this or go to school. From Jose Javier Esparza Arellano, a student, I would like to return to school. Online school isn't an effective way for me or for my peers to learn. From Jafef Medina, a student, what is the current percentage of possibility for us to go back to school? What will become of senior activities? From Nicholas Martinez, a student, I'm tired of being home and I can't learn this way. I'm a hands-on learner and being home and stuck in one room for the whole day makes you go crazy, especially doing it for 5 months already. I cannot be at home anymore. I need to get out. Please consider to open the schools back up. Rhonda Curbo, a parent, kids need to go back to school. From Gabrielle Rodriguez, that's Gabriel Rodriguez, a student. I want to go back to school. Just have us wear masks and have cleansing items. From Miranda Velador, a student. I have asthma and my parents are in their 50s and sick. Can I have the choice to do online school? From Stacy Roberts, a parent. Kids need to be physically present in the classroom. First, I want to thank the wonderful teachers for all the hard work they have put into teaching our children online. They have gone above and beyond to help the students learn, and they are doing an amazing job. Students need to return to school sooner than later. Online learning is failing our kids. School is not only about filling children's heads with information from books, it's about social interaction, emotional skills, exercise, and the well-being of our children. My children have broke down in tears several times over online learning. One doesn't want to do the work because he feels he should be able to do it on paper. There is something to be said for using physical elements in the classroom, not just a laptop. They need the challenge from other students. They need to be able to discuss class activities with other students their age. They need to have kids around them their age instead of only adults telling them everything, including how to feel. How can daycares have kids around other kids, but my children cannot go to school? Why are we not taking advice from the child care facilities? Why is there so much inconsistency? How is it that Walmart is open and not schools? The pandemic has reminded so many what we have long understood, that educators are invaluable in children's lives and that attending school in person offers children a wide array of health and educational benefits. For our country to truly value children, elected leaders must come together to appropriately support schools in safely returning students to the classroom and reopening schools. That's from American Academy of Pediatrics. What do we as parents need to do to help reopen schools? What can we as parents do to help our kids get back to any sense of normal? The next one is from Valeria Aramburo, a student. I am having a hard time learning from a distance, and I am not sure on how to fill out any college applications or anything like that. I would like to go back to school as teachers would be able to guide us much better. From Liliana Mendez, a parent. I'm a parent and member of Del Vallejo STEAM Academy. I received correspondence from the district in regards to the school Savant using part of Del Vallejo campus. I do not agree that we have enough space for adding another school due to limited space available. I'm asking to please reconsider this decision. since we need to practice social distancing due to the pandemic. I am aware there are other schools in the district that have space available for the relocation 39 to take place. Thank you. Next one is from Leah Mendez, a student. As a student of Del Vallejo STEAM Academy, I do not agree to share the school campus with Savant because Del Vallejo does not have the indoor-outdoor space capacity for 2 schools. If we have to go back to school campus, how are we going to practice social distancing? Which space are we going to use if the minimum space available is going to be reduced? We deserve the same opportunity as other students have in their own school with space available for the school's routines. I feel that you are punishing us all and we deserve better. From Juan Mendez, a parent. My concern is concerning space when students return back to school at Del Vallejo. I heard that some students may have to be bused from their home school to make space for charter school students. No way should our children be bused from their home school for charter school who does not live near Del Vallejo. Okay, the next one is from Cheryl Richardson. And she is the SPTA rep for Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy. Good evening, board members. I am writing you on behalf of the 25 SPTA members of Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy as their union rep. During these times of crisis with COVID-19, unemployment, and social unrest, our district is facing a $53 million deficit. Why is our district giving our students funding away to the tune of $450,000 to an elementary charter? According to Mrs. Hopwood, Savant is getting more than $450,000 to revamp Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy to make it comparable to other elementary facilities in our district as a gift. Mrs. Hopwood stated in an email on July 29th, the district is not providing Savant with a loan. If not a loan, then the only other logical alternative is a gift. This is money that is allocated strictly for Savant and not for Del Vallejo students, yet it is taken from SBCUSD students and presented to a charter school. The public, as well as all charters, should be made aware of our board members' generous nature. The vote was unanimous. As I stated in the last board meeting, if there are SBCUSD students, why did Dr. Mitchell state if Savant is placed on an elementary campus, there would be direct competition with our elementary school students? Education Code Section 47614B 1 talks about a charter on SBCUSD campuses. How is this possible since these are supposed to be SBCUSD students? This board stated that these are SBCUSD students and should be considered as such. So how can there be competition? When this was brought up to SBCUSD, the response was the district's analysis of all candidate sites was submitted to the district board in an attorney-client privilege document. The district board is aware of its legal responsibilities with respect to providing facilities to charter schools, and its offer of facilities to Savant was in accordance with those legal requirements. This does not answer why an elementary would be on a middle school campus when they are all SBCUSD students. Shouldn't this elementary charter be housed on an elementary campus since there is room on elementary campuses? The district conducted this agreement using attorney-client privilege, meaning the community is not entitled to know what SBCUSD decides to do with their students or how they spend their students' funds, but let us not forget these are taxpayer dollars. Mr. Pace, Facilities for SBCUSD, agreed to supply a timeline for how and when a fence on Del Vallejo's campus to be permanently repaired, possible iron fence, a sidewalk on the west gate is to be completed, the architect company's name making plans for construction to begin for Savant, and when the state is to approve the plans. Why has Del Vallejo students' safety been put aside for the use of the site for a charter school? The homeless population has all but taken over the site since the fence at the back of the school is cut continuously. Yet Savant will get a new fence to protect the students that it serves. Since these are all on SBCUSD students, should not the safety of students and staff be equally valued? It has been more than a month since SBTA members, as well as the surrounding community of Del Vallejo, made these requests. Savant has a facilities use agreement with SBCUSD for the next 6 years. How is this possible when the contract between SBCUSD and Savant is not even up until June of 2021? This creates a legal question, contract code 1626-1657, as there are 2 separate end dates for each contract. The charter agreement contract ends June 2021. The facilities use agreement ends June 2026. The legal definition of end date means the later of the expiration or termination of the contract. This would mean that there are 2 different contracts running concurrently with 2 different end dates. The board must redo the second contract facilities use with the Savant. How can there be a facilities use agreement and you do not have a contract with the charter? The next one is anonymous from a parent. My question is regarding health concerns from sitting at a desk. I've noticed complaints of wrist, knees, and lower back pain. My concern is that this might increase with time. The next one is anonymous, and it just says SBCUSD. This is a great district to work for. I am asking for the board and district office to consider the clear differences that exist between primary and secondary education. The needs of elementary, middle school, and high school are extremely different. This needs to be a consideration when making decisions. Thus far, it has not been. Furthermore, the deadlines on a calendar can be changed when we are facing a very real shift in how we learn, instruct, and live. Please be flexible with time and dates. Thank you. And this one is from Maria Gonzalez, a parent. I do not agree that you involve another school with Del Vallejo. It seems dangerous to me since not all parents can go to pick up their children. Putting Del Vallejo students at risk is very concerning to me since it has to be a safe school for our children, and more because this school has children with special disabilities. That concerns me more than that there be 2 schools and you do not take it into account. And my last comment is from E. Negrati. Good evening, San Bernardino City Unified School District, Interim Superintendent Harold Volkmer, and board members. I am bringing some concerns to your attention and possible solutions for consideration. The first concern is regarding the requirement for students to have their cameras on. It was my understanding, based on a previous school board meeting discussion, that having the cameras on would not be a requirement, but a voluntary action. More importantly, is the current requirement to have the cameras on at home lawful? Solution: don't make the cameras a mandatory requirement, but a voluntary one. Secondly, many teachers are using Zoom, and there have been several articles written this year about serious concerns regarding Zoom meetings being hacked. As you know, even with all the firewalls SBCUSD has, it was still hacked. I ask, why would Zoom be used at all when Google Classroom works and is something that students as well as staff has already been using and are familiar with? Solution: agree to continue to use Google district-wide and have full disclosure of all apps that are incorporated into Google Classroom or Zoom. At this time, part of the Google Classroom is a service that flags anything the students submit, such as projects. This happened to a student, and it is important that we know who is reviewing the work our children are submitting. The third one is regarding additional staff or adults joining the groups without the students being aware of them till the assigned teacher, who is able to see all participants, acknowledges them. That's when the students become aware. A solution would be to have additional staff visible at all times and their names displayed, or only allow additional staff when he or she has something to add that is relevant to the lesson. Lastly, I had sent an email asking if it was lawful to require students to have the cameras on, and requested a copy of the communication or letter that was sent for teachers and staff to sign for acknowledgement, as SBCUSD has had staff sign, and Michelle Cleveland, the Director of Technology, replied back in part. Professional development for teachers included alignment to federal legislation to protect student privacy in an online learning environment, including FERPA and COPPA, that's FERPA and COPPA. Ms. Cleveland's reply does not provide an answer, and may I remind you that in the past you had a staff member who brought a loaded revolver on a school campus, and her claim was that she was unaware of the law which prohibits having firearms on campus by anyone other than a sworn police officer. Ignorance was what she played to avoid a repeated of using no knowledge that what can and shouldn't be done. I ask again, did SBCUSD formally inform all staff that they are not to record the online classroom meetings? Thank you for your attention. And that is all of the public comments.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. And Dr. Volkemer, as always, I know you are making note of all of the comments as well as you have them. And so we trust that you will get back to our community and those that had concerns. Thank you. 6.1. We will now go to 6.0, our reports and comments by union organization. It's starting with 6.1, our San Bernardino Teachers Association. Are you on the line with us tonight?
Yes, Ms. Rogers, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Welcome.
Good evening, President Rogers, members of the board and cabinet. I am Ashley Vitas Alcala, president of the San Bernardino Teachers Association, and I'm speaking to you tonight on behalf of the 3,000 members of SBTA. First, I'd like to take a moment to congratulate Dr. Rodriguez and Dr. Funchess on their respective appointments to the cabinet. We look forward to continuing our collaborative working relationships with them in their new roles. It's now the third week of school already, and our members are continuing to adjust and adapt to the virtual classroom environment. We thank you for approving our MOU at your last meeting, and it is now in place and provides us parameters to work under, as well as state guidance from SB 98. Although this budget trailer bill provides some of the guidance for distance learning, it still lacks specific detail. One example is daily attendance procedures. The state is asking for us to record daily participation, which now includes synchronous and asynchronous time with students. But the CDE guidance on how to track this has been vague and cumbersome. SBTA has been working through this issue with our cabinet to come up with solutions that do not cause undue stress. However, some administrators who are used to strict attendance reporting procedures are now creating their own Google Forms or multiple cell spreadsheets, and in turn requiring teachers to fill them out daily. This is causing our members increased stress and anxiety in under already challenging working conditions. Tonight, I'm asking you, all of the board members, we need you. We need your advocacy with our state leaders in the Assembly and the Senate and in the CDE to provide us actual direction on how to record daily attendance that meets the needs of SB 98, but does not cause more stress and time for teachers to complete. This task should not take more time than it would take to conduct attendance if we were physically in school. It is unfortunate that our state organization, the California Department of Ed, has not expedited this and made it a priority to give us guidance that allows us to easily implement what they are asking us to do in distance learning. Another item that I'd like to speak to you on this evening is action item 10.2, the 45-day revision adoption of the governor's budget. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Tillman's leadership and the board for their past investment in our educators by approving a yearly supply budget so that our teachers are well equipped to teach their students. This year, as we transition to the virtual classroom, the need for access to supplies has increased. Tonight, the district will be presenting this supply budget, and it has been increased, and we urge your support because we know that our educators desperately need access to these funds so they can equip themselves to meet their students' needs without having to spend their own funds, as many teachers do already. We will continue as an organization to work collaboratively with the district as long as we are involved in the decisions that affect us and our members. And we thank you for your time.
Thank you. And now we will move to 6.2, California School Employee Association. Are you with us tonight?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, welcome.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, cabinet, and all in attendance. My name is Maria Lopez, and I'm the Communications Officer for CSEA Chapter 183, and I've been an employee with the district for 18 years. We would also like to congratulate Sandra Rodriguez and Dr. Funches. This is quite a ride we are all on, and it seems to just keep going and going. And I just want to get off of it already. I just want to say that. I'm really excited to still work among you, and I hope that my excitement is shared still by all of you tonight. In regard to the COVID crisis among us, I ask everybody in the district to please remember that we are the first defense against the virus. We are the soldiers of SBC-USD. Please remember that classified employees are out there helping parents and children. We are the ones that are exposing ourselves. Management, please be considerate of us while we are on site and ensure that everyone is following county guidelines. We have received many emails from concerned employees about the extra exposure brought upon them by unessential visitors. Please limit the visitors that you allow on site while we are working. No one is sanitizing after us at this time, and it's just not safe. We don't feel safe. With that said, I ask that everyone take this pandemic serious and follow the guidelines that have been set. We are role models to students, parents, employees, and everyone else that looks up to our district. Say yes to masks, encourage social distancing, whether you're in a backyard with a friend or at a pool party in Las Vegas. Let us all practice this in our professional and personal life. We need to be better. We need to do better. As we all continue to learn about COVID-19, let's work together and get through this pandemic. We are San Bernardino strong. To my classified brothers and sisters, this is your time to shine. There is no better time than right now to go above and beyond for the good of SBC-USD. We shall continue to improve the lives of our members, our students, and our community. Let's continue to be driven by our ethics, honesty, and kindness. Find your passion again. There's a reason our slogan is making hope happen, whether we make it happen for our kids, their parents, or even among each other. I want to thank all of our classified and certificated employees for everything that you do and continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you. 6.3, Communication Workers of America. Are you with us tonight? Ms. Cunningham, is there a representative on the line?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay, thank you. I will move to 6.4, San Bernardino School Police Officers Association. Are you with us tonight? No? Okay. If not, I will move to 7.0, presentations, beginning with 7.1, General Obligation Finance Plan Update. Dr. Volkemer, am I turning that over to you?
Yes. I had to unmute, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you, President Rogers. Board, we're very enthusiastic this evening to bring this presentation to you. We know that the board takes its fiscal responsibility and stewardship of the dollars that are entrusted to us very, very seriously. So we've been working very hard to take advantage of a favorable market and hopefully save our taxpayers some money over time and down the line. And so Janie is going to make, I think, an introduction of the team that will be talking you through the specifics of what we're doing with our bond funds, hopefully over the next several weeks. Janie?
Thank you, Dr. Volkemer. We have with us this evening, you've met him several times, Mr. Adam Bauer of Fieldman and Rollap. We've been working, as Dr. Volkmer spoke about, in taking advantage of this favorable market, saving our taxpayer dollars. And it's also time to issue our next series of bonds that were approved in 2012. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bauer at this time.
Great, thank you. On the cover here on this presentation, you see 4 different things. And one of the positives that we've been able to do with San Bernardino City USD was combine several things at once to help spread the costs across multiple transactions. And so when we're able to see 4 things on the cover page here, that's a real positive. But to start with, we have a refunding to the far left there called tax-exempt refunding. And what that is we're able to get savings for taxpayers. So we're going to lower the tax rate with that transaction. To the bottom of that, we have a tax-exempt Series F. What that is that's money for projects. And then to the far right top there, we have another refunding, and then below, and then that refunding is done on a taxable basis because we're refinancing it earlier in its process than the other one we can do on a tax-exempt basis. And then finally, below that, the district has a QSCB, which is the last time we had an economic downturn, the federal government provided a financing mechanism that really reduced the cost of interest, but it still was a general fund obligation. And so we've been able to do with this GEO-bond measure is use a GEO-bond to pay off that, or not pay off fully, but pay off brackets of the principal every time we issue. So if we can go to the next slide, please. When we, a little more months ago, in January, we talked about looking at interest rates really moved away from us, and that no longer made sense. And if you look at those charts there towards the bottom, the one at the far left, you see the spikes in the middle. Well, let me first explain what those lines are. The AAA MMD, that's the AAA, the highest credit rating any issuer can have. The MMD is municipal market data. That's kind of like my Dow Jones Industrial Average. It's what I use to monitor interest rates. But we have the 10-year term there and the 30-year term. The 10 years in blue and the 30 years in red. And rates, when I spoke with you last, rates were near their all-time low, which is kind of right where they're at now. But then very shortly after that, the U.S. realized that COVID-19 is in our country, and it's going to change the way we behave pretty rapidly. And you saw a dramatic increase in interest rates. And then that started to come down again. And I think there's a lot of talk about us opening again around Easter or that type of time frame. And we all realized that's not going to happen. And that's when rates spiked again. And so they went back up. So that's really what that chart tries to show there is how that increase happened. But now interest rates have gotten very low again. To the far right, that's the taxable yield curve, the U.S. Treasury. And those are the ones that when we say federally taxable, this is what we trend off of this. Now we're a bit higher because this is the U.S. Treasury, which is one of the best credits in the world. Anyway, so that has trended lower again. It didn't quite see the spike that we saw in the tax-exempt market. Next slide, please. The chart to the far left there with the red line and blue bars. I mentioned that MMD and I showed it to you for the 10-year and the 30-year maturity. What I'm doing here is I'm showing you years 1 through 30, and the blue bars represent the range of interest rates for each one of those maturities. Hopefully what stands out to you is that red line is near the bottom. And what that means is going back to 2005, we're in the lowest interest rates we've had. So that's another really positive thing and why we're talking right now. So the far right there, that is the money that flows in and out of the municipal bond funds. These are the largest buyers of municipal bonds. Green means money's flowing in, red means money's flowing out. If you look at the chart there, you see that very steep cliff there, that red bar that dropped down. That was when the municipal interest rate spiked. So what was happening was investors were saying, we no longer want things like San Bernardino City USD. What we want is cash and federally backed debt. And so they pulled out of municipals or out of school district bonds, and they poured into more liquid type things. But then very quickly, things calmed down. You can see now, I think we've had 15 weeks of inflows back into the municipal bond funds. So it's all returned. There's a lot of demand. That's why rates are so low again. But we did have a temporary blip, and that's why we paused from our initial conversations. Next slide, please. One thing that I've shared with you many, many times is your historical assessed value. This is essentially what's used to repay back your general obligation bonds. You've had very steady increases in your assessed value. In 2019-20, I would almost say a dramatic increase of 10.48. And that was by a large increase before that at 7.09, and then several years of sixes. This is pretty rare to see the large increases in assessed value that we've seen with San Bernardino City USD. So certainly very positive that the assessed value within your district boundaries are increasing in such a positive fashion. Next slide, please. What we're looking at here, I'm going to show you some graphs, but what we want to start with was here is all the district's debt listed in two charts. The top one is your general obligation bonds, and the ones highlighted in green are the ones that we're able to refinance at this time. And then below that are certificates of participation. And I think one that's really important there is the one that says QSCB by it, because part of what we're doing is funding some of the costs of that QSCB when we do this transaction. Next slide, please. So I showed it in a more tabular format, but in the election of 2004, Measure C, that red line towards the top is the maximum tax rate that you are allowed to project when you initially sold bonds. Those bar charts are the actual rate that's needed to repay that debt. And if you look to the far right, what that is a tax rate per 100,000 required to do that. And a real positive for this measure is there's no more issuances. All we can do is refinance, which we're doing some here, that 2013 for funding. And we're well below that red line. So when the voters approved this, they knew you couldn't go above that 60. And because of that assessed value growth and the conservative way you've issued the debt, you're below the tax rate that the maximum tax rate that you're allowed to project when you sell bonds. So election 2004, no new projects from it. It's really just a maintenance of and making sure that we make those tax rates as low as possible for your taxpayers. Next slide, please. So election 2012, there's a little more activity with this one. That red line there, we've targeted 55 instead of 60. So a little bit lower there. And you can see here the bars and the red lines, the red line. And that's really important because we're not done with this program. And we need to continue to be issuing off of it. One, to repay those QSCBs, and two, to be able to continue to fund many of the projects that we've all been talking about. And so here you can see that we are well below those that red line, which gives us more capacity to continue going forward. Next slide, please. When we look at refundings, we want to know, is it worth the staff's time and all the effort that's needed to do that sort of thing? And one of the things we often look towards is that percentage that you see the second to the last in the box to the far left. And generally, if we're over 5%, we want to give it strong consideration. In a lot of cases, if it's over 3%, we want to give it strong consideration. And so you're at 9.6 or a little bit more right now with the way rates have trended. And so that's certainly a way to say, yes, that's a real positive indicator to see whether we should do this. Another indicator is the savings enough? And so we look there, and the net present value savings is 7.2 million. So when we look at the amount of savings over time and we present value that to today, we get to 7.2 million. So certainly quite a large number there when we're looking at doing a refinancing. Slide 9, please. This is just kind of, put a lot of numbers on a page here, just trying to show you how it all fits together. And debt schedule for F and G here, which is the new money for projects and also the money to fund the QSCBs. So next slide, please. I've mentioned on a few occasions during this presentation that each time we sell bonds, we try to put some money aside to fund the QSCB payments. And so from Measure E, or Series E, I'm sorry, we funded what I think that's an orange color. And then the middle section, green, is Series G. And then the blue is our next series down the road between 2023 and 2024. So each time we do this, we're just taking a chunk and putting aside to repay those QSCBs. Next slide, please. Well, I showed you that chart before we issue any bonds, and what this chart is showing you is after the bond sales. And these are projections for the 2020 series. But what we tried to show you here is that we've layered in additional series of bonds and remain below that $55 per $100,000. So next slide, please. So this meeting here is to introduce this, and there's also a county resolution that tells the county that we want to put an item on the tax roll for next year. If when you already have that issued, there's no resolution needed. You've already taken all those actions. But because we want to take our time, make sure we get the best rating possible to get the lowest rates, we have a resolution that says to the county, please make sure that you put this on the tax bills for us, because we have every intention of selling bonds. But then we continue to pursue our credit rating. We did, for the first time, instead of conference calls or in-person meetings, we did Zoom credit rating calls. And the district team worked very aggressively and had a series of prep meetings. And I would say that those went off flawless, and they were really well received by the credit rating analysts. So we need to compliment staff for their efforts that they put there. But then on September 1st, we would have the resolutions before you. And these resolutions, you're approving many of them in the form, but you're also the parameters which the districts and the team like me are allowed to go out and sell those bonds. So as long as we're done within those parameters, we can move forward. But assuming you take action to approve that on the 1st, then we would try to price the bonds on or around September 10th. And then on September 24th, funds are available to the district, and the taxpayer savings are locked in, and kind of everything goes back to being done with financing transactions for a while. So I know I covered a lot when you have 4 things all going on at once there. I'm also available for any questions.
I am not seeing any questions in the chat from any of
I have one, Gwen.
Okay.
I didn't type my name fast enough.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I may have missed it, but can you tell me what the bulk savings would be? You know, is it just a lower tax rate? Is it lower payment profiles? I couldn't really see the charts very well, so.
Yeah, so there was north of $7 million in net present value savings.
Right.
So it was about a little over, I'm going to pull up my hard copy here as I talk about this. So it's for gross savings. So the actual savings that taxpayers will see is our projection is 8.8 million, but we want to present value that to current dollars, and that comes out to 7.2 million. And so when you might ask, well, what does this mean for the individual homeowner? And over the life of the bond, so between 2021 and 2037, it's $83.33 is our projection. Now that may not sound like a lot, but these are spread across a lot of different homes. And so over the life of it, we're looking at the $83.32 for the typical home within San Bernardino City USD.
Well, the bottom line is it's a savings. Why wouldn't we do this? I mean, overall, I know there's fees involved and pluses and minuses, but overall, it seems like the smart thing to do.
Agree.
Okay, Dr. Flores.
Yes, Adam, I wanted to thank you for all your presentation. And the key thing is what I was going to also comment for our taxpayers is the savings, what Mr. Gallo brought up. And that's really, really important. And so I just thank you very much for all the work that you do and taking care of us and monitoring. And just to make clear, we do have a AAA credit rating, correct?
No, you're in the AA category or single A category. it's very difficult to get a AAA rating. Generally, it's if you need to be a basic aid district.
Okay.
Your foundation needs to probably contribute about as much as the state does. It's not a knock on you. It's just very unusual for a district to have a AAA rating.
But an A rating is a good rating.
Yeah, you're in the range of where about 80% of school districts would be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
Yeah, and Ms. Rosales Medina.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify just to make sure I'm hearing things right. The voters or the residences, residents in their homes will not receive any additional increases.
For the
homeowners.
For the new money transactions, those will be increased to the amount that we've already approved, the $55 per 1,000. So they won't go above what we've projected all along. We've kind of built in gaps in the tax rate to layer those in. But then in addition to that, you'll have the refundings that provide savings. So the new money will bring the tax rate to exactly what we've showed them over time, which is a bit more than where it is now. But then the refundings are what will give the taxpayers their savings.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that even those that are watching that are seeing this, that there won't be any additional increases from what has already been passed. So if it was already approved, there is no additional increases to what was already passed in previous approval from the voters. So just making sure that they understand that as well.
And yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Excellent question. Thank you, Ms. Rosales. All right, I'm not seeing any other comments in the chat. So thank you for your presentation. We appreciate it, and it's always good to get good news. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. 7.2, this is our 2020-2021 school reopening update. And I believe, Dr. Menars, are you leading?
I am. Thank you, Ms. Rogers. So board, we're back here again to update you on what's been happening with the opening of our school year. And it's always so difficult to hear our students talk about wanting to come back, only because we all want to come back, right? So if we can just have things slow in our county and in our region, or in our boundaries, we can make that happen. So tonight you'll hear from a variety of people. Next slide, please, and I'll go over the objectives for tonight. So we're going to update the board on the opening of distance learning 2.0. You'll get updates on the COVID cases in the county. You'll receive an update on our Wi-Fi connectivity. We will be sharing what we're calling the virtual learning privacy considerations. So those are all the questions you've had, board, about the background for students and what we can and cannot do. We will be sharing student connections for the first week, updating you on that data. And then finally, there will be an instruction, couple of slides there. So we're calling it instruction for all. Equity is our driver. Dr. Perez and I believe maybe her team, I'm not sure, they will be sharing what's happening for all students. And then in a request from our board, Dr. Lundy will be sharing what's happening specifically for special education, which we are referring to as Special Education Services 2.0. Next slide, please. So board, a quick recap of what actions you took and what happened at our last board meeting. So safety continues to be your top priority. And as we are making sure students are safe, we are providing high quality distance learning for all students. While the first day attendance was strong, we are committed to closing technology gaps for our families, clarifying attendance expectations, and enrolling more kindergarten students. You'll hear a little bit more about some of that. SBCUSD teachers will provide at least half the state mandated daily instructional time live online. Students who are not able to log in due to conflict with a parent's work schedule may receive credit for attendance if they complete the daily offline assignments. So that was quite a conversation at our last board meeting. The board really continues to emphasize that we are in this together. Parents and guardians are encouraged to communicate with teachers regularly and ask for feedback on student progress. And then finally, board, you took action last board meeting to promote Dr. Marcus Funches to be our sitting Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, and Dr. Sandra Rodriguez to the Assistant Superintendent of Student Services. Dr. Rodriguez is a Cajon graduate, and she exemplifies the district's commitment to growing our own, as does Dr. Funches. Next slide, please. So board, these continue to be our guiding principles. We want to keep putting them in front of our community and reminding ourselves that first and foremost, we must ensure the safety and health of our students and our staff. While we adhere to federal, state, and county guidance, you will get an update on how things are progressing in terms of transmission rates in San Bernardino. In doing all of this, still providing high quality learning experiences. We are not claiming that we are perfect by any means, but we are continuing to get better, and our educators and our site leaders are very much committed to that. And then finally, providing safe and accessible working conditions. These continue to be our guiding principles that we thank you for using in your decision making as well. I think I'm turning it over to Mr. Vatier to talk about our COVID transmission rates. Next slide.
You are, Dr. Menars. Thank you, and good evening, board. Displayed on your screen is the COVID county dashboard, which I'm sure you're familiar with. The counties remained on the state's watch list since June 21st. The top two boxes display the county's elevated transmission rates and are the two primary areas that we're monitoring. The county's case rate, which is upper left, currently shows we're at about 287 new cases per 100,000 residents in the county. On the county's positivity rate on the upper right shows we are at 14% within the county, and these are both over a 14-day period. So board, you'll know to be removed from the state's watch list, the county must show that they are under 25 new cases and less than 8% positivity rate for 14 days straight. So there's still a little bit of work to be done there. Locally, we continue to have the highest number of confirmed cases in the county in children ages 5 to 19. Between the city of San Bernardino and the city of Highland, we are at 800 positive cases in that age range. The next closest being Fontana with 600. Within all county school district boundaries, the San Bernardino City Unified has 400 cases per 100,000 residents, putting us at the third highest number of cases within geographical school district boundaries in the county. Yesterday, the state corrected significant data issues within their systems, which were affecting the numbers in all counties since August 6th. And that's the update I have for you on the case positivity rate. I believe I'm turning it over to Mike 2 with IT.
Thank you. And before we go into the devices and Wi-Fi connectivity, I believe Mr. Tillman has a question.
Yes, I think it's important that we be clear. I know Eric said it, but he didn't say it at the same time. So right now, the county's public health has said that, and the state has said we cannot open schools until we get to a rate of 8%, right, Mr. Vatier?
That's correct, Mr. Tillman.
And right now, our district is at 13%?
Correct.
And the way to get that number, if you look at the county's sbcovid19.com site, right now the county has had 324,476 tests, and there have been 42,150 positive results. In order to reduce the rate, you have to have, as the tests go up, you have to have fewer positive rates. And that's what drives when they're going to allow us to open. The other number is, you said it's 25, has to be 25 per 100,000, is that right?
Yeah, correct. It is 25 per 100,000.
And right now we're where?
We're at about 287.
Right, so they want it to be 25 per 100,000, and we're at 287 per 100,000. And I'm saying that so we're all clear on where we're at. And I was on a conference call with the public health director, and he gave us these numbers, and I asked him how long did he expect it to take in order for the numbers to decline enough so we'd be at a point where we could open. And he said it would be substantial and at best the end of the year. Is that the same thing you're hearing, Mr. Vatier?
Yeah, Mr. Tillman, and Corwin Porter's our point of contact as well. Same message. So it's quite a bit of work that needs to be done countywide to get us where we need to be to reopen.
Right, and just so we're clear, when you have 42,000 actual tests, out of those, some people are asymptomatic, but there are other people that suffer a lot of pain and misery in terms of when they get the virus. And then, of course, in our county so far, we've had, let me see, hold on, so I'm clear. We've had 616 deaths, and that's a rate of 1.5% of all the people who test positive. So all this comes back to the county deciding the risk we're willing to take, knowing that regardless of how small the percentage is, the percentage of 1.5% sounds small until you equate it with 600 people that have died because of it. And by not opening, you're having fewer people or not coming on campus, fewer people getting infected, because as those numbers grow, then more people die, and that's where we're at. But I just want to be clear so that people know where the numbers are. Right now, we're at 13% positivity rate. We have to get down to 8%. But we all can work on this together, because it's been proven that social distancing works. It's been proven that wearing a mask helps, and washing your hands and using hand sanitizers. So I think we all can do our part to get to a point where we can help realize what we all want, and that is to be able to come back to campus and teach, even if it's to a point where we bring back small groups, the groups that we know need those services the most. And it's a huge concern, but I just want to be as clear as possible on what drives what we're doing right now. And right now, the direction we're getting in terms of having to do distance learning is the directive from the state and the local public health. It's out of our hands right now. Thank you very much.
Dr. Flores?
Yes, Eric, when you say it will be the end of the year, is it this year or the end of the school year?
Dr. Flores, there's been various guesses by County Department of Public Health. You know, we watched the numbers. If you look at the chart that I'm displaying, we saw some promising movement in mid-July and thought we were trending downward, and then quickly we started spiking back up. So, you know, it's a guessing game at this point. You know, everybody's watching the same numbers.
So so they didn't specify the length of time?
No, ma'am, not with any specificity.
Okay, but Danny just said to the end of the year. That's what Danny, maybe you could clarify that for me.
Yes, what I said was when Corin Porter presented this information to the leadership staff for human services, he mentioned what these numbers would have to be. And my question to him was, how long did he think it would take before we got to a point where the numbers could be reduced to this 25 per 100,000 and the 8% positivity rate? And he said he thought it would be a while, everything relative, meaning that at least not before the end of this year.
Okay, all right, thank you. And the 25 per 100,000, that's supposed to be for 14 straight days, correct?
Correct. Well, we would have to be in the green on the charts that you're seeing in front of you for under 8% and less than 25 for 14 consecutive days. So if we
consecutive days. Okay, so those are the parameters. Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Vatira, I think you have given us the report. We certainly appreciate it. This is a very important portion of all of the information that we're sharing, because this is what is definitely guiding this board, ensuring that we're looking at these numbers properly and making sure that we're looking at safety first. So thank you again. We're now going to go into
Gwen, I had a question for Eric.
I didn't see you already.
Eric, looking at these numbers, does it look like what we're doing is working?
Overall, I'd say yes. I'd say that what we're seeing is slow movement in the right direction. It's, you know, when we asked the question that Mr. Tillman asked Corwin in May, when do you think we might come off of this? It was maybe September, October-ish. And then, you know, we're asking them now and they're saying maybe the end of the year. So I think we're all optimistic that everything we're doing is working. We would love to see the numbers move quicker in the right directions, but statewide and overall, it seems to be bending in that direction. And so hopefully we can keep moving that way.
Other than, I guess, that first chart, right? That upper left-hand chart.
Yeah, it really jumped on us there.
Yeah, it just means what we're doing is having no effect. That's what it means to me.
There is a 7-day lag there, and the state was the state had some numbers issues for half of this month, and so some of these jumps are because of the state numbers that finally got put into the system.
And Madam President, I just want to say, a number of the colleges, Notre Dame and some other colleges, have reversed course because of some of the students' test faculty spiking. So, those organizations actually put all the PPEs in place, and they thought they had social distancing in place. So they thought they would tested everybody before they came back, and they still had this spike. So until we get a vaccine or something like that, it's going to be tough.
Chapel Hill, North Carolina also had to send their kids home.
Right.
They opened up, and lots of other places. Yeah.
Thank you. Again, thank you. All right, we'll look at our device and Wi-Fi connectivity.
Thank you, President Roger. Good evening, board and cabinet members. My name is Mike Tu, and I am happy to be here tonight to share with you updates on our devices and connectivity for our students as we start the school year with distance learning. Our department IT has been distributing and exchanging devices and hotspots to our students throughout the summer. Over the last 3 weeks, 9,300 devices and over 2,600 hotspots were distributed or swapped. In total, there are now over 35,000 devices and 13,000 hotspots assigned to our SBCSD students. The numbers being reported are pulled from our area student information system. We believe the numbers of students with devices and hotspots are higher as some schools use a different inventory system. All the students who have requested a device or hotspot have been able to get one by appointment through our schools as well as CyberTech. Additionally, any students with a non-working device or hotspots have been able to exchange it for a working one via appointment as well. And then with regards to connectivity, I reviewed Governor Newsom's executive order released last Friday about bridging the digital divide. The executive order tasked the California Broadband Council to create a state broadband action plan by December 31, 2020. The executive order also sets a 100 megabits per second connection as the goal for all state agencies. I am happy to share with that thanks to the board's commitment to technology, our current connection to the internet is 10 gigabits per second. So that's a factor of 100 times greater than the state's goal. And then we're continuing to leverage E-rate funding to meet the increasing demand for bandwidth in our district. With regards to our hotspots, as mentioned earlier, over 13,501 hotspots have been distributed to our students in support of distance learning. The hotspots are using the latest 4G LTE technology from Verizon and T-Mobile. In working with the various wireless carriers, it was determined that Verizon and T-Mobile have good network coverage, especially in the San Bernardino area. I know that there are a number of factors that can affect connectivity, and IT is working with our families to address any concerns that arise. However, similar to cell phones, hotspot service is dependent on weather, terrain, network load, proximity to cell towers, and other factors out there. So we continue to hold discussions with different service providers and state and federal agencies to find different solutions, to close the digital gap for our students.
Is that your part, Mr. Chu? Okay, all right, Mr. Tillman and then Mr. Gallo.
Yeah, so thank you for that presentation. I know I had a number of parents who have talked to me about either getting a device or exchanging a device. Some of them have the iPads and they'd rather have a Chromebook. And I talked to Mrs. Kostakis today, and we do have additional Chromebooks if parents want them. Is that the case?
We do have Chromebooks in the district, yes. We have over 12,000 Chromebooks at the start of the school year. And so far, we have distributed about 9,000 Chromebooks. So we do have some remaining inventory, and we do have additional ones on order.
And then, so for those parents who are listening tonight, if they want a device for their child, Ms. Christakis said the first thing to do is to contact their site. I'm assuming that's the principal?
Correct.
And then if they don't get the response, then they can use the CyberTech phone number. Is that correct?
Yes.
And just so for the folks that are viewing, the CyberTech number is 866-223-8685. And I'll say it again, 866-223-8685. They'll schedule an appointment with you so you can come in and receive a Chromebook. And then last, I talked to Ms. Christakis, and yesterday I actually received a call from Ms. Vicky Lee Nichols, and we should all be in prayer for Vicky. She lost her husband last night. But prior to that, she called me and she told me there were a number of students who weren't able to charge their devices. A number of students that she serves sometimes live in their cars, and so they don't have the ability to charge their devices. So I asked Ms. Christakis to kind of brainstorm a solution, whether it be buying car chargers. And that may not work because the people may not have the ability to run the car, or worry about the battery going dead. So I think the district has to look at maybe some way of having charging stations, or if the number of students are not that great, have charged devices and swapped out somehow. I don't know how you plan on doing it, but that she said it's a substantial number of students who aren't able to charge the devices. So I just want to make sure that we are aware of that and find a solution for those students that cannot charge the devices. Thank you.
All right, and then Mr. Gallo.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Mike, for your presentation. I've been getting some complaints from parents, teachers, et cetera, about the Wi-Fi connectivity issue, and just even on our on-site Wi-Fi connection. I heard what you said. We got a 10 gigabit connections, 100 times what the governor's goal would be, and things like this. So why would we be having internet connectivity and bandwidth problems at our local sites, including like the Board of Education building?
So I know that there has been issues with some of the Google services just because as the start of school, there's a lot of students logging in at the same time. We had, for example, an outage with Google Meet for about an hour last week. And so I think that some of the systems are being overloaded, and we are working with Google as well as additional technical support to be able to resolve some of those issues.
Okay, that's like people's Wi-Fi connectivity at home, right? I mean, they're not like connecting into the district 10 gigabit service, right? I mean, I'm talking about like on-site personnel that are having issues with joining a Zoom meeting, from their district office.
Correct. Our bandwidth as well as our wireless, and we're not able to find any issues. We've been working also with SBCSS as well to look at our internet connection, and we have determined that there has been sufficient bandwidth and that the issue has lied with the service itself.
Mr. Gallo, if I may, so if they're on a Google Meets meeting, that's where even one of our cabinet members was on a meeting through Google Meets. That was what was causing that service to be interrupted.
So it wasn't a Zoom? Wasn't Zoom?
It depends on what point we're talking about.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm just receiving, complaints from that various staff levels that they're even at their site, they're not able to get on.
As we have follow up with the schools and the people that report the issue. We are looking to collect additional information and working with the different providers to make sure that we're able to provide this distance learning for everybody.
Yeah, okay, but like we've done everything we can do is what I think I'm hearing from this chart and everything on, getting the maximum bandwidth and capability that we can possibly get at our existing sites right now. Is that a true statement?
And Mr. Gallo, I think it's important that as a person has the problem, that maybe, like, for instance, if someone calls you and said they're having a problem, you can contact Mr. Tu as soon as possible so he can look into it, because there's a lot of variables involved. It could be their own device. It could be, I know we had a problem when we had people remote in at the county. When they would go to a Zoom meeting or we use WebEx, they would VPN into their office device and then try to use it, and that was causing a problem. So, so if you're going to do a Zoom meeting or a Google Meets meeting, you shouldn't VPN into your office computer to do the meeting. You want to do it outside of the VPN or outside of the remote gateway. My only point is, as they're having a problem, they should contact IT so they can work through those individual problems.
Okay, well, I'd like to make a recommendation then. It seems like we need to have a customer service kind of call center, because it's just leaving voice messages on the 800 or 866 line just doesn't seem to be cutting it. Yeah.
And here's the problem, Mr. Tu, how many IT staff do you have?
I have about 8 people working at the help desk, and then in total, the IT department is about 42 staff.
Okay. And how many users do you have?
I have over 6,000 staff and about 50,000 students.
So.
Okay, well, there's call centers. Look, we got people that aren't working in the district that we have not found work yet for, and probably in the hundreds of people. I would think we could figure out a way to actually establish a call center with our current people that could at least be a live person that would answer a phone and go through a specific checklist, just like you do if you call Apple or Google or anybody else. And that's why that we do. We're clearly not able to address these issues. If they're coming to me and complaining, they've obviously exasperated every one of the district's provisions here.
So if I can
Gallo, so then I hope, I can't see Dr. Volkmer right now, but I'm sure he's on the line. I think that's something that just should be explored as you're asking the question, because we did raise this before, that there are a lot of people, maybe some duplicate work that can be done. And to Mr. Tillman's point, it's probably never enough individuals, but that one should be captured.
Can I make a point?
I have Dr. Hill waiting, so you guys are dialoguing. I hear you.
Well, it was me that was next on the chat. Okay.
You're right. So I'm finishing up with you, Mr. Gallo.
Thank you.
So
that was good. That's what I want to see us do.
Okay.
Is to start our own call centers for a variety of things, not just connectivity, but technical support, helping people through these specific things, enrollment, you name it. We ought to have a cadre of call center services available for people so they can talk to somebody live and have them run through a checklist as a minimum to get people immediate help, just as you would with any commercial entity.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dr. Hill.
Thank you, Madam President. Mike, thanks a lot for the presentation. I just want to ask one question, Mike. I know there's still a number of parents who are confused with the technology and not being that knowledgeable. However, most parents have iPhones or Androids or what have you. Is there a way for you to, whenever there's a problem pertaining to the Chromebook, is there a sheet that you can generate just to send out to parents? If I call and ask a number of questions, that you have some type of sheet that most parents the questions they ask are on it, or maybe you could even personalize it and say, I don't know if people have that much time. But the other thing is, even though the parents might not feel comfortable with the Chromebook, can they also be instructed, if you really need to troubleshoot, you can use your cell phone and this is what you need to do?
Thank you, Dr. Hill. Yes, we do have information published on our website, so that it has frequently asked questions. It has different resources for distance learning as well. And then we definitely should consider looking at supporting things through the mobile devices as well. So let me capture that idea and get back to my team on that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Hill.
Okay, Ms. Rosales Medina?
Just to point out really quickly, because the Zoom was mentioned, I had a complaint that several teachers weren't able to access Zoom, so I don't know what the delay is for many of our teachers. I know from what I heard earlier that it seems like some teachers are having it, but those that are anxiously waiting because they have to separate in breakout sessions are not able to access Zoom. So just so you know that I've already received several complaints of teachers not being able to access Zoom. Another thing is with regards to, I didn't hear you mention regarding Google phone numbers. I know it doesn't pertain to necessarily a device, but it is some type of connectivity when it comes to staff not necessarily using their own personal cell phones to communicate. Because and I imagine everybody's using different means of communication. And so I know the district was able to purchase 1,000. Apparently we have 3,000 teachers, and 2,000 are still needed for the remainder of the teachers. And then part of the conversation was, it's not just educators that need these phone numbers, so that way they're still able to message, and it's not necessarily their personal number, it's just a Google phone number, is opening it up to those that are actually working with the teachers in the classroom, and may need also another number so that they can extend that communication to both parents and students. So I don't know if that's part of the plan. Do you have information regarding the Google phone numbers?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Medina. So we did go with initially go with Google Voice, but I know that accountability and ed tech and IT have been looking at a more comprehensive messaging platform. We have decided that Remind is a better comprehensive parents and teacher communication platform, and we have purchased a district-wide license for Remind.
So what is this called? I'm sorry.
Remind, RIMIND.
Okay.
It's a comprehensive two-way communication platform. We are working on integrating and rostering all the students and the teachers, and we are looking at rolling that out next week. It will allow the teachers to text, email, or call parents and students without having to review their personal phone numbers.
And these are messages that they can send, personal messages to students, not necessarily individual message, meaning not necessarily just a group one. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think the concern is that they're using their personal numbers, and they need access to having some way of having where it's not necessarily their personal numbers. Okay. And then also with regarding students with computers. So then I was made aware that there's students that, of course, have tablets or iPads. And then again, for instance, I spoke to a teacher who is a kindergarten teacher and is currently struggling because there's a few students that do have computers and they're not able to maneuver the computers themselves. For instance, the mouse on the laptop. So what she did was she purchased stylus pens for kindergartners. That way they have something tangible to use, and then able to write on the mouse pad instead of using their fingers, just so they can practice with a pen. Is this something that we could look into for specifically kindergartners that are trying to work with motor skills, providing stylus pens for those that have computers, and that will help. And I'm so proud of our teachers that are making their own expenses to help our students in the district. But in reality, this shouldn't necessarily come out of their pocket. And then the next question with that, first of all, making sure that we can have a stylus pens for our students in kindergarten, specifically in kindergarten, so that they can work with their motor skills, as this one teacher showed me what she's doing, but also making sure that there's ways so we can reimburse them, or providing and I know that it was mentioned through Ashley Acala, who's the president for SBTA, finding ways how we can increase the expenses or increase the amount of contributions, or not contributions, the amount of money they're able to receive to help support them in their classroom through the purchases. I know many have made large expenses. So I don't know if that's something that we can definitely look at, is getting stylus pens for kindergartners and our students. And I imagine they're inexpensive because the teacher was able to purchase for her whole classroom set. So that would be it. Let me check to see if I have any other questions pertaining that reimbursements. Just the iPads, there's several teachers that actually have iPads. And then one of the complaints is that even if they had a computer, it was outdated, refurbished computers that are really old. And since they have multiple tabs that they're working off, they have multiple programs open in order to teach using the computer. We need to make sure that our teachers, first of all, have new computers, or at least updated computers that are able to handle all of the memory they're using, for instance, the programs and the internet. So how do we ensure that our teachers are receiving adequate equipment to be able to teach in the classroom, virtual classroom?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Medina. I know that we are developing a replenish and refresh plans for all the technology in the district for both students and staff devices. For teachers that have outdated devices, we do have equipment available for them, and we'll exchange equipment for them as well.
Okay, yeah, because it's a struggle when they're struggling, first of all, with the internet, as was mentioned earlier, with the Wi-Fi connectivity, and then now having to work with a computer that's really slow or not up to where it should be for them to teach in the classroom. So I just want to make sure that we're providing that access for them. And for those that are listening that are not on Instagram or Facebook through the school district, sign up, because that was one of the important information that they sent out, I believe yesterday or today, with letting your students know you should only be able to use your hotspot during classroom time, because then what it does is that if you use it all day, it lowers the capabilities of your Wi-Fi and is causing a lot of coverage issues. And so I don't know if that's for parents out there. That's a great way to get information, up-to-date information through the district. I found that useful. But again, many of our students are going to be using the Wi-Fi for homework and so forth. I'm not sure what we're offering right now is adequate if they're only able to use it during school hours. And that's basically it for me right now.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Flores?
That was my question, the last question Ms. Medina raised, but I'd like to know the one about teachers having their devices updated or switched out. How would they go about doing that, Mike? How do teachers do that? What's the procedure?
Dr. Flores, thank you for the question. The procedure is that they should let their site administrator or their principal know, and then we will work with the site administrator to plan out a swap or an exchange of the devices.
So do the site administrators let their teachers know that this is available? Or how would a teacher know that he or she has that, how'd you say that ability to do that? Do you know what the procedure is?
We are still developing the refresh and replenishment plans, and so we do have stock right now of devices for some of our teachers to swap out. We will be working and communicating through IMT to develop a process for that.
Right. I think we need to do that sooner than later, because our teachers have been online since August the 3rd. And like Ms. Medina said, they're having, I've also received concerns and complaints that they don't know how to, or when, or where, or what, but they think that they're not available. So I really think that Dr. Volkemer, we need to tell the principals right away that they have to let the teachers know that they can swap out their old computers so they could, be up to date. So that was basically my question. And I'm wondering, I know you can't answer this, but I'm wondering if our parents, like Mike said, call-in centers, I wonder if our parents, if they're having difficulty learning how to use the devices or helping their kids, do we have that capability as well for parents to get support and advice?
Dr. Flores, we are working with the Family Engagement Department to do more outreach to our families and our students out there.
So you are, okay. Okay, great. Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Yeah, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Now we will hear from Mr. Tillman. He also has a question.
So Mr. Tu, with Cybertech, how many calls do they handle a day, in an hour? Do we have an agreement with them?
We do. I know that on the first day of school, there was over 1,400 calls. And then as of, I believe yesterday or the day before, it's been about 240 calls on a daily basis. So the number has dropped down a little bit since the first day of school.
But I guess the question is, so how many calls do they actually take? And do they have a way of measuring how many calls were taken and how many were responded to?
Yes, I can get that number over to you.
Because my point is, that's the part that's important. If we had 3,000 calls and you service 400 people, then you have a lot of frustrated people out there. To be fair, I do want to say my office did the same exact thing that you're having to do in terms of this is the beginning of school and you have to service thousands of people. I have 100 IT people that work for me. We were supporting 4,000 users and 2,000 that we gave remote devices to, and I had to have all hands on deck, and we still had people waiting a half hour. So those are the type of numbers we have to have. And I asked the question because we may want to spend more money with Cybertech. If can they gear up and give us more support if we pay for it?
Yes, I believe so, Mr. Tillman.
So that's what we need to look at. Because to say that there's a number Mr. Gallo said today himself. Mr. Kostakis sent out, said, here's the number you call. Mr. Gallo said he called the number and he went to a voicemail. So my question is, do we have like a service level agreement? Do we know when they get a voicemail, how long it would take for them to respond?
The service level agreement is 24 hours for a response.
And they're living up to that?
I will have to double check on that.
That's another thing we want to find out. But then if that's the case, then that's really good. We should make sure the parents know what that number is. If they're getting 24-hour response time, I think that's pretty good. But if we can spend more money to offer that support, I think that would be a very good idea. And then I know you mentioned something about Remind. Is Remind a phone number?
Remind is a messaging platform. It has both phone number, texting, as well as email.
So if a person has and this is what my concern is, to me, in the county, what we did is we took all the phones that are on people's desks and they forwarded it to their Vonage number. And so when the phone rings to their desk, it gets transferred to the Vonage number, they can take the call. So are they able to take calls, all staff right now, from the phone that's at their desk?
That is not working at the moment. We are looking at setting up virtual call centers for each of our campuses. Let
me say this again. I don't care what you guys call it. I said this a long time ago. And the reason why I said it is so that it's just practical. If a person can get a phone number, and Vonage is $15 a month, I don't know how much that stuff costs. But I said this months ago. We did it at the county. It works great. You give them a Vonage number, they're able to transfer their number to that number. And then when a person when the staff member makes a phone call to a parent or to another staff member, then they see that Vonage number and not their own personal number. They can leave voicemails using that number, and they can text, and it has a directory where they can look each other up. so it's not hard to find the person in the list. I have nothing but rave reviews about the Vonage system. My concern is this: when a person calls the school district, then that number should be transferred to a person. Whoever's supposed to be working at that desk should be taking that call. And then when a staff member wants to transfer that number to another person, that's where it should go. When I call numbers today, the same numbers I used to call and people used to answer, they all go to voicemail now. There's no reason for that. During the middle of a work day, when I call a district number, someone should answer that phone. If someone calls a school site's main number, someone should answer that phone, because someone's still getting paid. We haven't laid off all the folks who were answering the phones, but we have to give them the ability to do it. And that's the reason why I said a long time ago that we should have went with something like Vonage. You guys told me you're going to use Google Phone, and then you say you had 1,000, but you have more employees than that. Why wouldn't you give everyone that would normally have a phone another type of way of taking a phone call where they don't have to use their own phone number? That was my point in the very beginning. So I hope, Dr. Volkemer, that, if you guys want to dial me in on a meeting to say, what's your expectation, it doesn't make a big difference, because then it becomes more like normal. We're able to service the people better. And that's part of the point that Mr. Gallo was getting at. We have people we're paying for to do work, but if they don't have the connectivity and they can't answer the phone like they used to, then we're causing the problem for them, because we haven't even empowered them to take the phone call. It should be a one-to-one match. Anyone that would normally take a phone call at their desk should be able to take that phone call from their personal cell phone using the Vonage app. And if they don't have a cell phone, then we should have enough cell phones that we give to those employees so we can take advantage of them doing the work. So I don't care what method you use or what company you use, but the basic fact of having somebody be able to take a call, I think, has to happen immediately. And then last, I think the IT has been understaffed for a long time in our district. We need to understand that. For the amount of people we're talking about servicing, 6,000 employees and 50,000 students with 42 people, you're not going to do it. So just to be fair, you can get out as set as you want to. It's not going to happen. That's why I said we should look at maybe increasing the amount we're paying in cyber tech to give us more support. To Mr. Gallo's point, you can't take an employee that's not an IT person and have them support IT. But what you can do, we have a lot of programs in the district at the high school level where we have some sharp students. I think it'd be a good idea to bring in some of those sharp students, pay them as interns, and get them up to speed and put them on our virtual help desk to help support the students and parents, because they're using the same devices as the student parents and teachers. And those students will be great as giving support. It'll be a win-win. Have a way where students can make some extra money, get some hands-on experience, and benefit the community. So that's just a thought. Thank you very much.
Mr. Gallo?
Yes, just a comment. Yeah, thanks, Danny. Just a comment on the 24-hour response time. Would that be acceptable to any of you that called a helpline for a purchase product or your internet service down, your phone service down, and you got to call back 24 hours later? That's a rhetorical question.
But it's a lot better than never.
Well, I mean, that's not the right answer. The right answer is we're supposed to be delivering excellent services, and this doesn't fall in that category. And so it's up to us to figure out how to get the resources available to provide a reasonable level of support. I mean, here we are teaching. Teachers are trying to teach. Kids are going offline. Computers aren't working and stuff. They can't participate. To me, 24 hours is unacceptable.
I think a lot of parents out there wish they could get 24 hours. I've had parents call me, put in a request for a device, and never hear back from anyone. So and that's the reason why I gave the number out tonight. If we do have the ability to have them call a number and get a 24-hour response, there are a number of parents out there that'll be happy to hear that, because they're not getting that right now.
All right, thank you, board. So I'm sure Dr. Volkemer, you captured that. I would further recommend that perhaps you, along with maybe a couple of other board members, we have a small committee to address this, because it has constantly come up over our refining and looking at what we need to do, and be able to have a conversation with IT with all the recommendations and the suggestions that we had. So maybe we can look forward in doing something like that with Mr. Tillman, Mr. Gallo, if someone else wants to join as well, or myself, I don't have a problem. So we can kind of brainstorm it beyond the board meeting, so we can capture those things that were mentioned way early on, such as Vonage, such as Google, which one is better and how we can work that. I think that would be a good idea to look at. All right. Okay, so if there are I don't see anything else in the chat, we will move forward in the presentation.
All right, well, thank you very much. So this is my first one, and I hope I'm able to provide you all the information that you would like. So what we're trying to call attendance now is we're talking about connections. And that's because the state has been somewhat vague as far as what does attendance, what does it look like, or participation look like. And we've defined it as students have gone online or have completed work asynchronously, and the teacher is aware of that. So in light of that, we wanted to give you a snapshot as far as how did the first week of school go. You'll see in this slide that total percentage of students who connected / attendance was about 89%. And with all the challenges that we're hearing with technology, of course we can do better. But for the first week of school, when we've gotten almost 90% of our student population engaged with the district, that gives us, it's very hopeful, right? So we can tweak the system and get more kids to be connected, but we're not looking at super low numbers. Again, this is preliminary data. We won't have our first month of data until later. And you'll see that we have some work to do at our continuation high schools, as well as some of our elementary schools. Work across the board, but the district is committed, and we have all hands on deck. Attendance is hugely important. Let's go to the next slide, please. So looking at our next slide, we're looking at first day of school versus the first week of school. You'll see in blue, that's our first day of school. And you'll see in orange is the first week of school. And you'll see that our enrollment is increasing. So we are getting the word out. It is been challenging, but over the course of the first week, we're making some gains. You'll notice the dip in the continuation. That's because we ended up dropping one student, a student transferred out. And so that's where you get that dip. With the low number of students that are enrolled in the continuation school at this point in time, one student really makes a huge difference. But you'll notice that we're on an upward trend in all other areas. Students are connecting into school, and we're very pleased about that. Again, we understand that work needs to be done, and many of that has to do with connectivity and devices, but we are all committed to make sure that kids have what they need. Next slide, please. This board has been very committed to being equity champions. And so we wanted to share this data with you so that you could see how our student groups are doing in regards to connecting to school. We know, again, we have work to do. We're looking at a couple of areas. Our homeless rate, if you look at that, it says 19. There's a glitch in our online enrollment forms, so it's not being coded correctly. We are working on that glitch, and so the next time we report, we will have more accurate numbers for you. We know that our number of homeless is nearing the 6,000 range. That's what it was previously. But looking at that number, we know that there's an issue with that, and that is being corrected at this time. You'll notice that looking at across all of our groups, our African American students at 80% we see that and we're working on that. But overall, for the first week of school, we think that we're making some good progress there, considering what we're hearing as far as connectivity, rolling blackouts, et cetera. So there's lots of challenges out there, but our students want to be in school and our teachers are doing a great job in trying to recover those students to come to campus. So seeing that data, I'm sure your next question is, well, what are you guys doing about that? So let's go to the next slide. So part of our commitment to making sure that students are connecting to school is that, we need to get the word out. We know that there are some families that are experiencing challenges, whether it's because of the distance learning environment, challenges at home, a variety of reasons. And so we need to help people to become engaged. And so over the course of the last week and a half or so, we've made a concerted effort to be more active on social media, developing a flyer drive. So our folks are working on parent engagement strategies, but also looking at how are we involving our businesses and churches. And so our discussions have been, and flyers are going out to our local churches, to our apartment complexes, places where people gather, laundromats, so that the word is that school is open. And if they have challenges, that, the numbers to call. We also know that we're employing or deploying some of our district vehicles out in the community. And so we are having car magnets made to place on our district vehicles. So while they're parked at our schools and people are driving by, there's another opportunity for us to engage with community members, parents, so that they are aware of who they might call if they need some help, as well as working in partnership with San Manuel 66ers. So they're helping to advertise our movie nights, or their movie nights. They're advertising for us. And one highlight is that, we sent out postcards to all residents in San Bernardino, not just the students who were enrolled in the school. And so we have seen an increase in our numbers by 320 or so. So the word is out, and we're also revamping our student recoveries so that we can be more active, making sure that we're keeping our employees safe, but also connecting with families. Questions?
Okay, Mr. Tillman.
Can we go back to the previous slide? So
Yes,
what is
sir.
this is showing? It says San Bernardino City Unified School District student connections, first week of school. This is a percentage of what?
This is your demographic data as far as how the breakdown of students who were actually showing up to school, whether it was synchronously or asynchronously. We wanted to make sure that because we're really focusing on equity and providing people and students what they need, it was divided up so that we could see our different student groups to see how we might be able to support them more.
Let me try a different way. Okay, so what is the number you're using as your denominator? What number are you saying? For instance, the African American 80%. So you're telling me that the number should be another 20%. So I should have another 800 students there. Is that what you're telling me?
So we're looking at a cumulative enrollment of 47,000 students. Okay, so that's the total number of students that we're looking at. Of those students, 4,700 students were African American.
Okay, so you're saying of the 4,700 African Americans, only 80% of those are attending online?
Have connected with school, that have attended online, either online live or asynchronously, where they've completed an assignment and they've been in contact with their teacher.
So that's 200 per 1,000, right? 20%. So that you're saying I'm missing 1,000 African American students that aren't participating at all?
So we have about 80% of the 47 are participating.
Do we know why the number is so large?
No, we don't.
And do we have people going and at least to some of the doors. I mean, if you look at the numbers in terms of African Americans, it stands out. If the district average is 89%, and for African Americans it's 80%, I mean, it's lower than foster youth. So what are we doing to mitigate it?
So our challenge right now, because of COVID, are the normal home visits that we would normally conduct, because we need to keep our people safe. So we're looking at trying to modify that. We've done social media. We've done loads and loads of phone calls. We've partnered with the family engagement offices.
Let me ask you a question. On the phone call piece, have you contacted any houses? And is there a common ring about why they're not participating online?
No, it is. We're making contacts. We know that there are some people whose numbers are not working. So we know that our next step to this is a home visit. We're just trying to figure out how do we do it safely.
I guess let me try again. You said you are making contact, right?
Yes, we are making contact by phone. Yes.
So let's just stay on the African Americans. So out of the 20%, someone made a phone call, and you may not have the answer right now. You can give it to me later. But I'm asking, out of the people that you make the phone calls to, who represent the students who are not connected, but you are able to call them, why are they saying they're not participating?
That I don't know. We'll have to get that back to you as far as the reason why they're not connecting.
Right, because if we know why they're saying they're not participating, then we can do things to get them to participate. But you have to tell us what it is that, if there's a common theme for this group, what it is that's happening that's not allowing them to be connected, and then we need to work on that. But we need to know that right away. This is a lot of people not participating.
Right.
Absolutely. And thank you for that, Mr. Tillman. That is one of the reasons why I did ask the district to show us this number right now, because we need to know, as you're saying, we need to know sooner than later, what are the concerns, what are the reasons, and to be able to dig deeper, what neighborhoods, where are they? I mean, the more we dig, the more areas we will find where they are, because that number, you know, we're glad that a lot are showing up, but I knew that when we broke it out, we might see some glaring things. So I think we're looking at it well in advance to now begin to say, okay, where is the problem? And then finding out, you know, how we can reconnect. Dr. Flores?
Yes, Dr. Rodriguez, that was my clarifying question. I'm going to ask it again. So we have a total enrollment of 47,717 students currently, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so out of that 47,717, 4,700 are African American?
Correct.
And 38,505 are Hispanic, and so on, right?
Correct.
Okay, so 20% of 80% of 4,700 is 3,760. So Danny's right, about 1,000 African Americans are not coming to school. So that's troubling. And then when I did the numbers for the Latino, 38,505, 90. If you look at the 10%, you know, that aren't coming, that's a lot of students. 3,805 students. So that's tremendous. So yeah, we need to step it up and figure out how to contact our parents and find out why the kids aren't connecting. And unfortunately, I think that, you know, like you said, their numbers don't work, or they moved, or, I mean, we don't know, right? Have to probably go to their homes to see what's going on. Dr. Volkemer, we're gonna have to figure out some way to do that, because just that's about 4,000, 3,500, and then if I did the math and the other ones, that's quite a bit of students that we're missing. across the board in all the categories. Okay, but I mean, it's a good number for a start, given where we're at. I'm not saying that I'm not complaining at all, because I think the numbers show it, but just we have to mitigate and step up, the contacting the parents and the kids.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I salute President Rogers, because this we wanted to have it disaggregated so that we could see.
Right.
And really, awareness is part of the solution, right? So now that we know that now that we have numbers and data to support that, then we can start making some adjustments, because now we're not just looking at a total number. We can actually be more strategic with our interventions.
Correct. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wyatt?
Thank you, Madam President, but it looks like Mike was in line after Danny, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss Mike?
I could go after Mr. Gallo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just got a quick one. Thanks. I appreciate that, Scott. I just got a quick one, and it's on the phone call thing. I got a text that the Remind doesn't allow you to contact parents or make phone calls to people unless they sign in to Remind and opt in, so to speak, to Remind. So I really think we ought to be doing what Danny suggests with the Vonage stuff. I mean, that's crazy not being able to call out and call parents unless they're signed into this Remind system. I guarantee you that's going to cut out at least half of the people that you'll be able to contact. So I highly recommend we look at some other solution.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce. All right. Back to Dr. Wyatt.
Can I?
Oh,
President Rogers, if you could, please. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
I was checking a note from a meeting we had yesterday about the opt-in and opt-out. And it's my understanding, Mr. Gallo, but we'll clarify this and get back to you for sure, that by buying a universal language, they don't have to opt in. They're automatic. We can what's the word I'm looking for? Apply it through Aries, and then they would actually only could opt out, but they would opt in automatically.
So Remind would be able to, if you're on Remind, this is the way that you're going to do it instead of this Google call thing. They will be able to contact, the teachers would be able to contact all of their parents if they needed to. That's my understanding. That's what I'm hearing. Okay.
That's my understanding, and we'll clarify that for you.
Okay. Yep. Let me know. Yeah. Thanks, Eric. Thanks, Joe. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Wyatt, you're up.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, for the presentation as well. Obviously, we have a lot of kids that are missing from school. When we look at the total number, 4717 kids, we're talking about 4,700 kids or more that obviously are not attending school. So that's a major issue because we know in regards to the re-engagement plan, it has to be immediate. And it's not like we have a nice cushy window of at least 3 absences this time around. So this is a major task for all of us. And I know we have our Operation Student Recovery normally. And again, you did mention about safety of our staff. And I know that's probably also a collective bargaining issue as well if we were to ask people to go out there now. We do have a contract with some schools, I believe, and I don't know how many, I'd have to review it, with the probation department. And I know that we could team up our administrators with the probation department and do home visits. I know that because I had folks doing that today, a couple of my administrators and co-probation officers, and they made a lot of contacts today. And interesting, it was updating phone numbers, as we knew. Many of the phone numbers when we got out there were no longer in service, and they had new numbers. And this happens a lot with our kids, as we all know. And so we have to make sure of that. But also just kids that were saying and families that, well, we didn't have connectivity. We wanted them in school. So, I think it is important that we get out there and we do those home visits. I mean, obviously 4,000 home visits is a lot, but it is beneficial to get out there. And of course, obviously utilizing our EPGs and being safe when we do so. But I know that does have a dramatic impact on absenteeism. If you look at any research and studies, the number one intervention is making home visits. So I think, right now it's obviously a difficult time. We have to be careful, but we know it is successful. And our other means aren't working. So we're going to have to try something else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rosales Medina?
Yeah, it's one of those areas, Dr. White, that, you know we may need to have to find a way to do that, because even when you look at homeless students, and this is what one of my questions is, how are we really connecting? I know it's only 19 in our list, but the reality is that many of these students are in environments that are not safe. And so first of all, how do we make sure that they're able to attend classes? But it's also a great way for us to at least monitor and see, are they okay? So I think even if it's, we definitely want to find out what we need to do to make sure we're connecting with our students, African-American students, Yale students, our students with special needs, as well as foster youth, because that's a whole different story. But when you're looking at homeless youth right now, there are 19 students. If there's a way as well that we're really trying to find a way to connect them. And I received a call from a person that was a grandparent, and luckily Harold was able to give me information on what we need to do. But there's many grandparents, there's many guardians that don't even know how to turn on a computer. And so if they have a kindergartner that has never attended school, never had access to a computer for whatever reason, that could be one of the reasons why many students are also not attending. I know that was a call I received, that they had no access to computers, and even if they were to, they wouldn't know how to use it. So I think, and I also want to say kudos, and I know I mentioned it to Harold, Dr. Volkemer, with regards to mailers that they sent out pertaining to students who need, or parents that need to register their students that have no other ways to communicate or connect with the district. This was a great way for them to get a phone number and so forth that they could register their students to the district. But yes, just being mindful of how we're connecting with the students, the parents, and I know it may be difficult, but if we think of something innovative of how we can try to maybe drive by, look at the surroundings, and even dropping literature there, letting them know to reach out so they can update the information if it's needed.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. I just wanted to make sure that we were clear as far as the homeless. We know that we have more than 19. There is a glitch as far as how they're being coded. So we're working on that.
Okay.
And so, when I asked about how many, we were looking at 6,000 students last year. And so it is something that is near and dear. And just listening to the stories of kids who they're teenagers having, babies that are living in cars, and, multi-generational people living in cars. It's heartbreaking. And so the call to be able to help is huge. And, our homeless liaison, Vicki Lee, has been active in lots of the work. Our family engagement offices have been helping out with food distribution during the summer and trying to connect with families. And so, we are called to this work, and, to be able to help people, especially the most vulnerable, we're committed to doing that. And so we appreciate your support and the ideas that you brought. We will definitely take them into consideration. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, board, we're going to move forward. Dr. Hill's going to hold off until the end. Mr. Gallo, I saw you put it back in there, but did I get you the last time? That's not another one in there, right, Mr. Gallo? He's not responding. Okay. All right. So we can go ahead then and move forward on the progression of instructional models.
Good evening, board. Changing things up a little bit this evening. I know typically Dr. Monada shares this slide with you guys. I'm gonna give it a go.
And Dr. Perez, can I also make note that I know they said probably by September that Google, what are we on, Google Meet, was going to have virtual backgrounds, and she's introducing. I noticed that I was at a meeting earlier this week, and I noticed that, guess what? Google now has a couple of virtual backgrounds you can now download.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. I was going to point that out and wanted to share that with our community. I know that was something that the board asked us about, when would we get them, and so I am displaying it tonight. email was sent out to all of our staff to let them know that there is the capability for that with Google now. So thank you. So just wanted to take this opportunity to remind our board and the community that we are still in phase 1 distance learning only. And what that involves is that all of our students are participating in their learning in this virtual setting, having daily live interactions as well as additional work assigned to them, offline. That we also have switched, from how things were happening in the spring, where our students' attendance is required and grades are applied to the assignments that students are completing, as well as, the issuance of devices and the importance of us ensuring that all students have the device as well as the hotspot. And just a reminder that our meals are also continuing throughout this time. So I know that typically we go through all of the other phases. I'm not going to do that in depth tonight, only to say that we are still in phase 1, and that, again, when deemed safe to do so, we will, with the board's direction and numbers coming down based on what we hear from the county, we will move into phase 2, 3, and 4. But just a very clear reminder, and we heard some updates tonight about potentially when, the next phases could be upon us. We are still in phase 1. So based on, our county's guidance and the board's guidance, we remain there. So with that, I'm gonna move us into the most very important pieces around our virtual learning privacy considerations. And thank you, Ms. Rogers, you pointed out one of them already. David, if you'll advance the slide. So I'm gonna stick with, knowing that we're in distance learning phase 1 still for quite some time, it sounds like, really wanna address the things around virtual learning and starting with the privacy. We heard that this was a large concern, not only to our teachers, but to our community. So I just wanna point out that everything that we do within our classrooms is guided by both our Family Education Rights and Privacy Act, known as FERPA, as well as Children's Online Privacy Protection Act. So those things are taken into consideration as we make decisions, as we bargain with our teachers union, as we think about what's safe and what's best within our classrooms. We keep those pieces at the forefront of the conversation. And I want to reassure our board and our community that Google Meet and Zoom standards are aligned with FERPA and COPA, which include the ability to restrict video and audio. I know we've had some conversations around, should we be doing recording of lessons, and you heard some of that in our public comments tonight. So we follow the guidelines that are laid out in FERPA and COPA, and we will continue to do that in conjunction with our teachers union. Again, our students are highly encouraged to engage with video, but it is not mandated. And I also heard a question to that point in our public comments this evening. I just want to reiterate, it is not mandated, but I want to also appeal to the human side of what happens when we're able to show video. So I have this this background that allows me now to maybe feel a little safer, that people don't have to see what's going on behind me, they see me. So we're upping those measures. But there's something personal that happens when you get to see one another. Some of us, when we come into these meetings, we're excited. Hey, how's it going? Haven't seen you in so long. There's a connection piece there. And so as best as possible, we want to be able to create the conditions for students' learning and connection. I'm sure there will be data about this soon, but the student attendance persistency, I believe we're going to see some correlations to the connections that students have while they're in their virtual classroom. So I just want to appeal to, everybody who's participating in virtual learning to understand that it's not mandated. And through relationships between the teacher and the student, we do want to encourage that we are able to see one another, so the teacher can see the look on the student's face when they're teaching something. And you could see when someone's got a kind of quizzical look, like they're not sure. All of those communication pieces, so much of our communication does come through the body language and seeing folks. So I just do really want, to reiterate that. But yes, it is not something that is mandated. As far as the Zoom backgrounds, again, you see the one for Google Meet. We thought it was going to be October, and so that's what I had here. And actually, we got an update after this presentation was already published. So we're excited about that. And as far as Zoom is considered, that Zoom has had the virtual backgrounds, and so students and staff at board's request, the idea came up around having students be able to have our district or school logos. I want to thank our communications team. They have been working diligently around this effort. And so those backgrounds will be available soon, is what I understand. And so we'll be excited to display those and release those out to our school communities.
Okay. Dr. Perez, I believe Ms. Rosales Medina has a question for you.
Sure.
Yes, it's more of a comment. Honestly, first of all, Dr. Perez, I want to say thank you for your comment regarding the importance of visual contact for students. I also see how important it is. I know that parents, for a few parents, may find it that they don't want their child to be visible and be seen on the computer screen. But we also have to be mindful that the reality is that there are students who are in areas and homes that are not necessarily safe. And so if we don't have that visual contact for every student, I mean, it's going to be hard for us to really tell. And I think at the end, the concern was more about the background, people walking in the background, and there's accidents and so forth that happens. But what can we ensure? The priority for me personally is making sure that the students are safe. If there's a visual contact through the teachers and the students, I mean, at least we're able to get that contact. And then just for parents and even educators and students to know that these Zoom meetings or the Google Classrooms are not recorded. And I just found out today that there's surrounding districts that are actually having all of their classrooms recorded. In our school district, we're not doing so. So if there was an incident, as it was said during public comment, then we'll definitely look into it. But none of these classes are recorded. And for the most part, it is back when people were invading or hacking, especially Zoom, they've added extra security measures that, you can easily take out people and only let certain people in. That will help alleviate with those concerns that maybe parents might have with that. But at the end of the day, I just want to make this point. It is to ensure the student safety. We're able to see and make sure that they're okay in the background and where they're at and so forth. So thank you for that comment.
Mr. Tillman?
So are we going to make it policy that we only do virtual backgrounds? And I think we should standardize on a type of virtual background, because the one that Ms. Perez picked is driving me crazy. So that one should definitely be banned. There's no way I want to see all the kids giggling around all day. But on a serious note, are we going to make a standard for the use of virtual backgrounds for everyone?
So that is definitely something that the board can decide to do, and we'll be happy to carry that out.
And to the board, my concern is I've been forwarded pictures of inappropriate things happening in the background on some of the classes. The only way you're going to control that is to have virtual backgrounds. So if we need to agendize it to discuss it, I think we need to do that. And then on the subject of the students being shown, I know we have to do that for attendance purposes, but if there's issues with parents not wanting their kids to be on a screen, because remember this, when you say something's not being recorded, anyone can pick up their cell phone and record the screen. So you have no way of ensuring that classes are not being recorded. Let's just be real about it. And so from that perspective, I think we need to find a way where we say a child must check in, once at the beginning of class, you can see their face, but to force a child to be recorded, I don't know if we can do that. And like I said before, there is no way to ensure parents that their students are not being recorded, because anyone can pick up their cell phone and record the screen.
And that's anywhere, that Danny, Mr. Tillman, with regards to the school district. So the school district's not recording. And like I said, even Redlands right now, they're recording all their classes.
Ms. Medina,
so I guess when it comes to the classroom, it's not being recorded.
You're supposed to put your name in the comments, say you want to talk again.
I've heard you interrupt too, trying to make your comments there. I just wanted to make sure that was mentioned.
I'm a poor example. Dr. Hill would say that. But I think we should agendize it and we should discuss it. And I really think, number one, we all take a deep breath and calm down a little bit and realize we're only doing this for a temporary time. And the last thing we want to do is stress folks out. And so, number one, I think we should do virtual backgrounds. And I think that you shouldn't demand that if a child, for some reason, or a parent does not want their child to show their face the total time they're logged in, they shouldn't be forced to do it. And let's agendize it so we can take a vote. I don't know how this agendized thing works, but I'm gonna try it again. Do I have consensus to have it agendized? Anybody want to have it agendized? Okay, then we won't. But that's not giving direction.
So let me ask the question, Mr. Tillman, because it's part of the presentation as to what we have requested. So I don't know if there was any objection to it. But two things. One, the PowerPoint is indicating it is not mandatory for the student to have the video on. That's number one. That was already said. And so clarification on that is that that's kind of already said. Now, yes, just a second. But we did also say in the previous meeting, we wanted them to bring this back on the capabilities of the backgrounds and recommend them either being the school mascot or the district logo. So that's kind of out there. So if we need to re-agendize that, the simplicity of consistency on the backgrounds, I don't see, is there any objection to that?
Well, if I can finish, we need to have policy, because what we're saying in these meetings is not getting to the classroom. Right. I have parents telling me that their teachers are telling their student, you have to be on and we have to see your face the whole time that we're having class. So if we have a policy that states that a student, we're going to all have virtual backgrounds, and a student should show their face to check in, but after that, they don't have to show their face there constantly because a parent has a concern about it, then that should be the policy. Because then a parent can quote policy when they're having a discussion with the teacher or the principal.
Okay, so I'm seeing it supporting agendizing, but I also am hearing now, do the policy committee need to take this to their meeting and then bring it back to us? Because all of these things, I agree, we definitely have to begin to get them into written policy, whether we're for the next 6 months, 4 months, whatever. I think it's a great idea, but I'm not seeing objections, and I'm seeing support agendizing. So I'm trying to say, do we need to agendize and waste time talking about what we've already kind of agreed with, or move forward with the policy?
I think we need to develop a policy, like Mr. Tillman said, and make it, because you can't just have it black and white. You have to have gray areas. Like, for example, sometimes my granddaughter is here and she'll shut off her visual and go walking around. I go, girl, go back and sit down and put your video on. and so she goes, well, my teacher can't see me. I go, I know, but you're supposed to be in class. You go back in there and turn on your video because she's supposed to see you. And so, Danny, we have to think about that too, because the kids are smart.
But you're making my point, but you have to weigh that with a parent that has a concern about their child's privacy and not being, having someone videotape their child.
No. I mean, she took off her image, right? And she walked around and the teacher's teaching.
No, but Ms. Dr. Flores, but the challenge is, what is more important? The concern of a parent who says, I do not want someone to be able to videotape my child the whole time she's in class or he's in class.
Well, yeah, I don't agree with videotaping, but the teacher does have to see the students sometimes, you know?
So that's the problem. So
Yeah.
what are we going to say? And that's why I said I have no problem with saying a kid can show their face and say, I'm here, like attendance. But you're right. They turn the camera off and you're going to have to worry about whether they're there or not. But like I said, this is for a short period of time. And do you really want to force a parent to have to allow us?
I think we have to develop policy that would give options.
Yes. So policy committee, and I see your comment in there, Dr. Hill, with the input from staff. So policy committee, we'll take note of this is, another thing we would like you to explore so that we know for certain, what it's going to be, what are the options, and then we can deliver that out so all staff will be on the same page.
And mandatory virtual backgrounds.
And if I could play Danny and just interrupt for a minute, I get concerned that we overload everything on policy because I don't think that was the intent of policy. But I think it's important if we have 10 out of 50,000 parents saying, I don't want my child video, I don't think we need to have the other 49,990 if there's not a problem. So I just like to hear from ask the principals and the teachers, because, again, as a former principal, I don't like people always making rules for me. I want to make a rule based on what's good for my students, but I prefer before we even agendize, let's hear from the site administrators, and after they get input from their teachers, because
I agree, Dr. Hill.
Yeah, because again, if you go with the district or standardized background, what are you gonna do when this one kid decide, I'm into Mickey Mouse and I want to show my Mickey Mouse? What are you gonna do?
You're not gonna let them.
Well, how can you stop it?
You can control it.
Okay. Well, I like to hear from the administrators.
Okay. And Dr. Perez, in your presentation, that when we got to the point where it says, that it's not mandated and putting all this together on the privacy piece, was there any other input, or did we just strictly go try to, extract it from the laws?
We did really take everything from the legal, what's out there.
Okay.
We're happy to have conversations, and we're hearing different conversations as well, from site leaders and teachers.
Okay.
Can do that more formally if that's the board's pleasure.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what we're hearing, to see if we can kind of get some more input before we put it in a hard press policy. That's what I'm hearing from your board, right? That's what I'm seeing in the chat. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so board, what we're going to do, we're moving into the final leg of this presentation. So we'll let them go through, and then I know that Dr. Hill is first up at the conclusion of this presentation. We're ready.
So this next slide board is about our instruction for all, really thinking about equity as the driver. We know that there are so many factors that we have to counterbalance with our efforts, and hearing and reading what we're reading around our students that are, quite frankly, are already at a disadvantage. So we want to make sure that we're offsetting that and really providing quality tools and resources for our teachers to use. So I'm going to ask you to just bear with me for a minute, because David's going to help us navigate through some of the resources that we have for our teachers. So David, if you'll click on that elementary curriculum guide. And board, the purpose for this is really to, I'm going to say it, really kind of show off what our teams have been working on. When we first went into distance learning, we put things together, but they've had time and spent the time to really dig in. So every single grade level and every content area has a curriculum guide that has been adjusted for our distance learning environment. We've always had curriculum guides, but very intentionally now focused on distance learning. So you see kindergarten, this is the ELA, ELD curriculum guide. And David, this is all those links you see there, board, that are blue, are hyperlinks to resources for teachers. David, I'm going to ask you to go into the support supplemental resources under teacher and scroll down a bit to the, oh, it is the bundles, week 2 instructional lesson bundle. Okay, so this is a resource, and as I said, all of the hyperlinks are resources, but this one, and it's hard to see, I apologize. Oh, thank you, David, that's great. So you think about kindergartners, and we're listening, we're hearing parents concerned about their kindergarten students and how are they going to learn how to read, how are they going to learn letter sounds, all of these things. And so I just want to point out some of the resources that our teachers have at their disposal. Again, we want to provide these as a guide. This is not by any means taking away that professional judgment that teachers need to make. We just don't want them to have to go out and search for all of these things. We want to put it right there in front of them so they have it handy and can use it as they see fit in their classroom environment based on their students' needs. So if you'll scroll down slightly, you'll see board are lots of tools there, letter recognition. They have, actually, if you'll even click on the Google, I can't even make that out. Scroll down just a little bit more, David. Okay, I apologize, back up. Okay, click on Google Slides with the materials from Wonders. There you go. So our teams have done so much with regards to even putting, and I'm not sure if that's going to open there, presentations together so that teachers don't have to create their own learning tools. And it might not if it, oh, there. So it tells them how to use the resource. If you'll go down to slide 3, I just want to point this out. It tells them how to use the resource. It gives them the alphabet, the letter sound cards, which our teachers typically have live in their classroom. So now this is a digital way to do that. And you'll just scroll down maybe a couple more. So again, showing that they have all of these tools right at their disposal and they can use them with students. And we could go on and on. Honestly, I have been digging into all of the resources. We could be here for hours, but I just wanted to point out some of the resources that have been created by our teams. I know that they're, you know, oftentimes our teachers, we hear that, you know, their time needs to be spent with students. So we're trying to make that as easy as possible given the circumstances. We know time is getting pulled in different directions because they're having to do things differently. So our commitment and ongoing efforts will be around making sure that our teachers have the resources. And again, I just want to reiterate that these curriculum guides embedded with all of the links have been created for every single grade level, every single content area. And you know, as we have more resources brought to our attention by the fabulous teachers that we have out there, we ask them to share those things with us, and we're happy to add, modify, update to ensure that we have the highest quality resources at our teachers' fingertips. And that's really for the board and for our community. That's the message that I want for you all to take from our little exploration of the resources this evening. David, thank you so much. I appreciate you for navigating for me. We can go ahead and get back into there we go. And so know that that is part of the curriculum guides. We also have the distance learning digital library that our teams are continuing to build in a robust manner, which includes accommodations and things for students, for all of our students, our English learners, our students that receive special education services. It has really been a team effort to build these tools, and we're proud of them. And we hope that, our teachers find them very useful and will continue to give us feedback around how their accessibility and user friendliness, and we'll make the adjustments we need to make. I also want to just share a requirement of SB 98 is really to meet the needs of some of our populations, like our students with special needs, which you'll hear from Dr. Lundy shortly about how the special ed team is doing a fabulous job meeting the needs of our students, and also our English learners. So that's why you see that English learner distance learning plan. We are required to lay out how we are going to meet the needs of our English learners, as well as our students with disabilities. We also have professional development and resources around meeting the needs of our African American students and ensuring their success. And a piece that I want to highlight is the universal screener for TK-12. This is a huge effort, I'll say, because this allows us to give a universal screener, goes, every student takes it. So we get some benchmark data to say, where are our students? I know you all have heard a lot about learning loss and what does that mean? This universal screener will help us identify exactly where students are having gaps in skill acquisition and things like that. So we'll be using that universal screener to help make adjustments to our instruction and the instructional resources we provide. As well as our social emotional learning integration of content areas. And I wish I would have pointed that out in the curriculum guides. We actually call out specifically how students' social emotional learning needs will be met within math, within ELA, within science. So those things have been thought through. And I'll land with the final comment of this has been a lift from all of our departments. It required educational services, working with student services, working with our employee development to provide professional development, with our continuous improvement team. So this has been, a source of really pride for me. I feel like our team has done a phenomenal job. We're always willing to hear suggestions and be better. So with that, thank you so much, and I will turn it over to Dr. Lundy.
Good evening. Distance Learning 2.0 for special education outlines the improvement and enhancement since the spring. So our plans moving forward seeks to build on the dynamic systems that were launched in the spring that we did in collaboration with Ed Services and our wonderful special education teachers. So our goal moving forward as a department is to constantly refine and provide support to our community in collaboration with Ed Services. Because I constantly want to reiterate that our students with IEPs are general education students first. So the question then becomes, what does that look like, especially for our most vulnerable students? Well, if we can look specifically at the moderate to severe population, the goal for our scholars, COVID or non-COVID, is really functional academics and independence. And what better way to access functional academics, meaning cooking, cleaning, self-care, daily learning skills, community-based instruction, leisure, and recreational, than within the confines of your home and within the context of working with your family? What better place to learn how to be an independent, self-sufficient adult than within the home with the coaching, support, and of your teacher as well as your peers? So this actually provides a unique opportunity for our teachers to provide learning within the context of the home for a lot of our students, where this is ultimately the goal for them moving forward if they are in the mod severe setting. So with those tools already available within their homes and with the help of technology, like I said, teachers have a window into the daily lives of their scholars and can shape and mold their instructional focus to match the needs of their students. And to support this process, our teachers meet regularly in cohorts to refine and provide curriculum that benefits the students within the home. And some of the departmental supports include sensory kits for all of our mod severe families. So we're currently in the process of putting those together in conjunction with our CAC parents, giving us the idea to send home those care kits with all of our families so that students can have an equal playing field and have some of those resources within the home that they may not already have, as well as providing learning tools and supports for our teachers so they get to have a wish list so that we provide additional online resources for them as necessary. And finally, we also have training and support for our parents, because ultimately parents are our partners, especially as we move forward in these COVID times. And so when we look specifically in our mild to moderate setting, it's really important for us as a department to understand that the first priority for this classification of scholars is to have access to the general education curriculum. The goal is always inclusion. with supports and give them the tools that they need to be able to lay the playing field as best as possible. High school graduation, college and career readiness is at the forefront of our distance learning plan as it relates to our students in the mild to moderate setting, as well as our RSP students. We've invested in resources that we believe are accessibility tools, such as Don Johnson, which allows our students to have access to the general education curriculum, because the goal is not to separate them from their peers, but to give them access. So if I have a student that is struggling with reading, we have tools that would be an overlay so that it can read it to them out loud, it can break it down for them so that they can access it at their instructional level, so that they then can still participate with their peers. So if they need to be pulled out to give extra help, pre-teaching, post-teaching, the real goal is really to say, hey, how can we utilize the current curriculum and make sure that you still have access without separating you, ultimately with providing inclusion. And then I'm also very excited about our speech and language and related services. So at the end of the school year last year, we were catapulted into this environment where we had to really be creative with how we provided our speech, language services, OT, those very specific services that are related to the IEP. So since then, we've been able to secure a HIPAA compliant platform that has all the tools and resources that our teachers need to be able to supply those services in a virtual platform. So we're really excited about launching Presence Learning, which allows our speech and language teachers to have, at the click of a button, all the resources and tools that they would need to be able to conduct their services, their therapies virtually. And in addition to that, utilizing the funds that was provided to us during COVID, we're also providing our assessors with additional resources so that they don't have the dual responsibility of providing therapy as well as having to assess students. So we're looking at their workload to make sure that we're balancing that, and when we're necessary, looking at independent contractors to help them with that assessment process so that none of our students are left behind if they need that. And ultimately, as we think about our students and what we want to do for them, academic and social emotional interventions are really at the forefront of what we're doing. And we need to provide supports to students prior to special education identification. So a lot of our initial assessments are not our priority. It's really with reaching back and working in collaboration with our peers in ed services, really working collaboratively to make sure that during these COVID times that our students are not being looked at as special education because they had learning loss. So we've invested in resources such as Let's Go Learn, tutoring services, just making sure that our students who are already in the pipeline are getting what they need, but our students who may be at risk are also getting what they need as well, so that if we have to make an identification for special education, that it's really a proper identification. And so as I move forward, I just want to emphasize in closing that I hope to highlight that we provide additional resources and accessibility for students through our distance learning platform. And through this difficult time, our parents, grandparents, guardians are really our biggest asset in this learning instruction for our students. And I would like to show you just a brief little snippet into the lives of our students in this distance learning platform. And I want you to all know that I got permission prior to recording them. So this is not recorded without their permission. So we have gotten permission to do this. So I want Mr. Tillman to know that this was not done unbeknownst to the students or to the families. So thank you. That was just a little snippet of what's going on in some of our mod severe classrooms.
Very nice. Thank you.
Ms. Rogers, do you want me to finish up the presentation and then the questions? Okay, great. Thank you. So here are current steps to date. So board, tonight we are asking you to do the second reading and approval of the board policy COVID mitigation plan. We continue, as you see, to communicate with our county public health and to monitor the transmission and the positivity rate, so we can get our scholars back as soon as possible. We continue in negotiations with our collective bargaining units, and we will be entering into phase 2 and 3 negotiations with SBTA in the near future as we prepare for number 4, continue preparing for phase 2 and phase 3 of the progression of instructional models. We are still using our incident management team. They are just a dynamic team that is just working to coordinate responses and planning, logistics, fiscal, and operational needs. It's quite the lift to transform an entire educational system. Next slide, please. We are continuing to deploy and refine our communication plan, making sure things are timely and accurate. We're coordinating with local community childcare agencies, implementing SB 98 parameters, and really working on improving distance learning enhancements, while we continue to provide food for our children. And we are finalizing our future return to work plans. Not only do we want our schools to be ready when we can move into phase 2, but we also want our departments and our district offices. And so next slide. Dr. Perez, I can go ahead and do this so you don't have to jump back on. So we did want to make sure that our community knows, and this is in response to you, board. You had asked for us to have a virtual town meeting specifically to talk about distance learning and answer questions from our community. And so we have it scheduled this Thursday. There are 2 different times, 12 to 2 o'clock or 6 to 8 o'clock. And we will engage with the community, answer questions. And it's always so informative for us. So we hope you can be a part of that board at some point. And we just want to make sure our families know about this. Take a picture of that, families, anyone who's watching, so you have all the information. It's also been pushed out through social media in different ways, and I believe it's on our website. So many ways to get to that. And so we'll close with a picture or pictures. I believe these are our children in different settings. And we want to thank you again. We are in this together. It's I heard somebody I think it was one of the students, or no, it was our CSEA representative just saying she was just tired, right? Just tired of this. It's becoming COVID fatigue, but we have to keep doing what we do to keep each other safe so we can get back to what we prefer, which is to be in person. So with that, we open up to questions, and thank you.
All right, and we will begin Mr. Tillman, followed by Ms. Rosales Medina.
To be fair, I think there was someone before me.
Dr. Hill.
Dr. Hill said, now, if I'm reading this correctly, she said she can wait for board member comments. Dr. Hill, did you mean in the presentation or the board member comments?
The board member comments later.
Later, that's what
later on the agenda. Thank you. I give up my time to Mr. Tillman.
Pretty amazing. Thank you, Dr. Hill. And this is to Ms. Kostakis and Dr. Volkamer. You know, I keep hearing that there are teachers that have devices that are 10 years old. So my concern is that the decision to buy new devices for teachers is not left at the site level. I think because we receive COVID-19 money district-wide, that it doesn't make sense to have the decision on whether or not a teacher is going to get a new device to depend on whether the principal okays it. So I don't know how you set it up, but there should be a way where if a teacher has a device that's older than 3 or 4 years, that they can send an email to some centralized department and say, I would like a new device, and that's all that it takes. It shouldn't take the approval of the principal. And the problem really is, we keep saying we're going to get you devices, but it's not getting to the teacher at every site. Or am I missing something, or could that be the case?
Dr. Volkmer, is it okay if I respond?
Well, Mr. Tillman, that could be the case, but the refresh and replenishment plans are not site specific or site dependent.
So how does that happen?
The orders are done centrally, but if the site wants to upgrade from the kind of the basic platform and basic device that we're offering, they can certainly do that. So if we're offering Chromebooks and they say, no, I want all of my teachers want a MacBook Air or something, and I want to pay the difference, they have that ability to customize as well. But they don't have the ability to say, no, Ms. Christakos or Ms. Rogers cannot have a new computer.
So have all the teachers been offered at least a new Chromebook?
That I'll have to rely on Ms. Christakos or Mr. Tu to answer.
Within the process. And if Mike's on the phone, but Board, actually, with the one-time dollars, it just provided an opportunity for us to accelerate the replenishment plan. If you'll recall, it was probably about a month ago that Mike and Michelle gave a presentation on us centralizing. So we are accelerating that with these one-time dollars so we can get those devices right away. Mike could speak specifically around what we're doing right at this minute, but certainly if people have devices that are not working, we are doing everything to replace them so teaching and learning can occur.
But I'm not talking about the not working part, because you could have a 10-year-old computer.
Yeah, if it's old, right.
10 years old.
That's right. And so we, any of those, is my understanding, they're being replaced and prioritized.
So, Mr. Stockers, is it true to say that, like for instance, at the county, we got to notice that any money spent on devices will be paid for with the CARES Act. So please track your devices, go ahead and buy them and turn it in. So I was free to buy devices for everybody. Have we not told the principals that if they buy a device for a teacher now, that the possibility is the money will be reimbursed?
We're centralizing the purchase because of whatever we have to take out to bid. So we're centralizing all the purchases and getting all of those in, including the replenishment for our staff.
So let's make it simple. If a teacher is watching right now and they have a 10-year-old device and they want a new one, and they've been told by the site administrator they cannot, who do they call?
So I would refer to the team and Mike, but I'm assuming that what Mike said was to let the principal know, and then they let IMT know.
Who's
so
IMT?
That the incident management team, so they can ensure that folks get the devices.
I guess the problem is, and this is always the case, if you have a principal that has decided you're not getting devices, you don't need a device, how do they go around that?
So Mr. Tillman, if Mike's not still on the line, we will get back to you right away with the process.
That has to happen, because that's what the problem is. They go to the teacher the principal, and the principal saying, you can't have a device right now because everybody's not watching this meeting. So it goes back to business as usual. And I have a whole lot of teachers out there who can't get an updated device.
We'll make sure we get that communication and the process out right away.
And then let me know, because you call me and give me the number. So at least when I get the complaint, I can say, oh no, here's the number you can call, and they'll get that teacher a device. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Yes. First of all, I want to say thank you all for the presentation. This was really good information, as well as with the compassion and the way you spoke, Dr. Lindy, with regards to special education. I'm wondering with this, because it's like many of us board members, I know for myself, we get a lot of comments, we receive calls and so forth regarding different issues. And, in this case, it was with regard to special ed, a student with autism, with autism, and they're used to the familiarities of what the classroom looks like. There's a lot of repetition, a lot of routine. And when you don't have that, their concern was, now this is what a classroom looks like. And now they're given a computer, and that's what they're doing in front of the computer. So I guess for her, and I think this is maybe something that we can try to look at when we're talking to students, is that this is not the traditional means of school. So for her, she's telling her kids, this is not really school. This is more of activities or something else, because their thinking has been really locked into what school looks like, and it has been really difficult for them to understand. They're frustrated and they get angry and so forth. I'm just giving that as a point only because I received that information. I wanted to make sure I shared it with you all. With regards to the online textbook, there was several concerns where students are not able to access, or is not accessible for students. And these are, from what I understanding, is middle and high school. Students are not able to access the online textbooks. And so what are we doing? Are we communicating with the companies that we have with regards to the online textbooks, and why is it not working? Why aren't students able to access it?
So Ms. Rosales Medina, it would be helpful, and we don't have to do this here, but if you could share what courses those were, that would be helpful, because we're aware of an integration breakdown with one of our publishers and had been working with them on that. So I will say that some of what you saw me present today was our workaround. We actually knew that there was some things that were, as far as the integration goes, that we couldn't access. So we actually created that curriculum guide where they could click on a link and actually have access to those things, not having to go through the, I'll call it the platform of the publisher. So our teams got really creative, pulled that info from the platform and made it accessible via those links that you saw me clicking on.
Okay.
So we have had to do some workarounds from some of the publishers, and we've been working with them, and we'll continue to do that, but we couldn't leave our people without access, so we found another way to do it.
Okay, and then I guess I'll get the courses and the type of classes, but in the meantime, is there any way that because if you're knowing that there are some issues with it and you've seen it, are the teachers able to find what the alternative is or what that other route is, so that they can help with their students being able to access that? Or do we just send them with books? But then again, it goes back to the safety issues, and so we don't know what that would look like. So I'm just making sure that, I know that was a big concern. Many students are not able to access. I have a high school student. He hasn't complained, but he's really good at maneuvering certain things. But it should be across the board. All students are able to access their textbooks online. Thank you for that. And then also with another issue was with Clever. I think there was a lot of educators are having difficulty entering Clever. The reason why I mentioned all these different aspects is so that way we're being mindful of the programs that we're also contracting with. If there's been a lot of difficulties, and it's not just our district, but other districts, then let's try to look at other alternatives, other programs out there. And from my understanding is that Clever has been really difficult into entering, and then Wonder, and then also looking at students having a hard time just navigating that system. So you're just looking at other districts. I know there was a comment that was sent to me, check out Florida Department of Education. I think they have this really good virtual program. I haven't really researched it, but just the whole point is to make sure that we're looking at other means, other programs out there, not just what we have. Maybe we had it planned for last school year. Right now we're in a different situation. If we have to switch models, let's go ahead and do that, because it's just creating more of a struggle for our teachers in maneuvering that. So that's it for right now. I know I have more stuff going on. I can always reach out to you and then try to connect you on that as well.
Ms. Rosales Medina, can you tell me the Department of Ed? I didn't hear that part. You referenced
it was Florida. Yes.
Florida.
No, it's the Florida Department of Education. So the teacher had mentioned that they have this curriculum already set with a program, and I believe there's another school district and a different state that were accessing their curriculum. So I don't know. I mean, just looking at what's out there, what can we use that will help simplify this work for our educators, and also help with our students that are learning in that as well.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Flores?
Yes, I also want to thank everyone for their work in presenting everything to us tonight. And I just want to reiterate what Danny said. Because we do have the CARES Act, I don't think that principals should go into their site budgets to make up the difference for the computers that they need. They need a lot of memory, and they need to, whatever it is, whatever device works for them, they need to have it upgraded or get a new one. And so, and that was the question I had earlier. What's the process? What's the procedure? And, they need to get it right away, not like yesterday. Not like tomorrow. They need that in terms of expediency. So, Dr. Volkemer and Janie, you have to figure out a more expedient way for them to get it. And I see you nodding your head, Dr. Wyatt. Did you want to add something?
Yes, Dr. Flores, but I see Mike has a comment before me, but I will definitely add to what you're saying, what Danny has said as well.
Right. So that was my only comment in terms of getting the devices. I know that kids, I get complaints also from parents that their device isn't working. I give them the number, and if they can't reach the person, then I think I've reached out to Eric Batir or to one of the tech people. And sometimes I CC you, Harold, or you facilitate that. But I do think that we have to be more customer friendly and more expedient in doing what we have to do. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gallo.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. This is why I'm proposing this type of a customer service call center, or whatever you want to call it. There's a lot of issues. For example, just students being able to access the digital media content of our adopted curriculum. There's some pieces, and then, they're sent to talk to the people that are the people we bought it from and things like this. And they're telling teachers that, no, your district didn't pay for that part. And no, you don't have a kindergarten package, for English adoptions. And, they're being told all kinds of things. And, some might be just like you guys said, clicking on the right link to the right site with the correct password or whatever. And I'm just thinking that we need to provide that hands-on live assistance, because there's nothing more frustrating than getting the runaround and being told somebody will call you tomorrow when, well, now I'm back into classrooms and trying to figure out how to teach today's deal, and I'm just saying we have to be able to figure this out to get customer service support in the multitude of areas, not just technical support with a particular device, not just wireless internet capability, but now obviously the other kinds of things that we're citing here, which is access to digital media content or digital content of stuff we've already paid for and things like this, and to have people effectively using it. So, and then you're getting teachers that, have given up on that. And so they're creating their own content. And so now they've got to be, at night, they're creating their own curriculum and their own digital content and delivering it during the day. It's kind of crazy. We've spent, $30 million in the last 2.5 years on adoptions or something. That's 20 anyway. And, not to have appropriate media content and student media content, not just the teacher's guides, which I understand is available digitally pretty much universally, but for our, the hands-on type stuff for our kids. So I think some type of a call center and customer response center is really the way to go on this, that can help people through it in a real-time basis. Even if they have to wait a half an hour on the phone, it's better than 24 hours later and somebody will call you back and then try to figure out what the problem is and take another 24 hours to, fix it. It's just not responsive.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo. And Dr. Wyatt?
Thank you, Madam President. And then a lot of this is just echoing what my colleagues have said. Danny, Abigail, Barbara, and Mike now that, when we look at that learning loss mitigation funding and the different funding sources, and we know we have 3 different funding sources, there's a tremendous amount of money that's going to be coming to us. And I wonder, for these tech devices, why are we not having an inventory that is readily available for our staff? We know what devices they need. We need to have consistency in what devices they are using, whether it's, MacBook Pros or iPads or Chromebooks. I know we use different devices for different services. Some of our services such as VI, they need to have a laptop versus a Chromebook. So we need to know what those devices are. We need to get in their hands immediately, because right now our staff are definitely, we know this, we're hearing, all of us have heard it now, are using devices that are, some of them are antiquated, or maybe they don't even have the devices, some of our itinerants out there to get the job done. So I think that's a big issue, as well as, what Michael was saying about, our customer service potential line and the capacity of our IT, and gosh, thank you to our IT folks. We know that they must be busier now than they've ever been in probably the history of our organization. So, do we have the capacity for them to meet the need? And my guess is probably not right now. So what do we need to do to increase that capacity? And then we have to make a determination for how long. How long are we going to be in this? I think we all like to think we're getting out of this sooner than later, but are we ready for this to be longer? And there's going to be plenty of students still, even when we do physically re-enter the workplace and learning place, that parents are still going to want to stay home, and we're going to have that distance learning option. So this is here to stay, and I'm sure it's here to stay for the rest of the year for many families, many students, even when we do come back. So we're going to have answers to this, and not just now, but for the entire year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. And thank you again, staff, for the presentation. I think it was great. And so I'm sure you captured a lot of notes, so we can follow back up on those things that we need to put in place moving forward for our students. All right, if nothing else under the presentation, we will now move to 8.0 reports and comments. 8.1 board members. And the only board member will be speaking, no, not really. The first board member that is coming up, it will be
you.
Dr. Hill.
Thank you, Madam President. And mine won't be that long. I just wanted to share, a couple of things. And going back to the attendance, these kids are throughout the city, and we are giving out food throughout the city. So it would be nice, Dr. Rodriguez, if there's a flyer that you could put in a food bag, and letting people know we're looking for all of our students. To me, that'll probably be a great way to get the information out, because some of the people who are picking up food for their kids, I'm almost sure there's some older sisters and brothers in their home. But it has to be a user-friendly flyer, not one of those, why aren't you in school, but one of those, we're missing you, come back, type thing. So if you could put that maybe in the bag with the food, that would be a great thing to do. And also could even give some to our school police, because as they drive around, they probably bump into some students also who are just out. And it doesn't need, again, to be why aren't you in school, but you tell if they're under 18 or under, and give them out. So I just want to share that as a recommendation. Another thing, one of the things we talked about, and I've heard it a few times now, and we always say we're all in this together. So I'm just going to say to my fellow board members, we need to take a bigger role than we have so far. And as these parents, because I think we all get calls, but as these parents call us, let's do what we can to help them instead of referring them to the district and have them call somebody. We work with people with who are very literate when it comes to IT and technology and things of that nature. If we can't do it ourselves, but maybe we need to just start when these parents call, just say, what's the problem? And take the time to say what the problem. If you can help fix it, do so. Might get that funny look off your face. But I think if we're really sincere about we're all in this together, we have an obligation to help our parents as well and help our students. So I'm making a commitment from tonight on. When they call me, I'm not going to refer them to the district. I'm going to say, what do you need help with? Because nothing more frustrating than to say to a parent or a student who's looking for help, call the district. They call and no one answered the phone. And so if we can intervene and help that parent, it would be good. Even if we're the ones who say, I don't know the answer, but let me get it for you and I'm going to get it back to you. So if we can do that as board members, I really challenge all my fellow board members to get in, and let's take that burden off of parents, and let's take that burden off of the administrators and the teachers and certainly students. So that's the thing I want to share. I did see where Allie Payne has gotten permission to put book cases in some of the like mom and pop stores. And so if you have children's books, she's putting them out and she just says, take one, replace one, so, but she said they're taking them all, but no one's replacing them. And I said, well, maybe they don't have books to replace with, but if they're reading them, then I think that's good. And that's another way we can, help our young people learn to read. So any children's books you have, if you let me know, I'll make sure Alec gets them so she can get them out. But I'm ready to now put on the hat of doing that, because not only is it going to help the parent and the student, but it's going to help me that I know what people are going through. So let's help our staff members, and let's help our parents, let's help our students by going that extra mile and let them know that we are all in this together. Thank you. And I just want to say for the presentation, did a great job, learned something each time. And I'm hearing, I know there were some complaints tonight, but most of them were students and some parents saying they wanted students to get back in the classroom. I just want them to know they don't want to get back in the classroom any more than we do. I think of that beautiful community room that no one's using, that I would love to be in the first and third Tuesday. But I know that day is going to come, but it's not here right now. So we aren't being mean. We aren't refusing students to let you in, but we are saying we want you to be safe. We want you to be around. We want you to enjoy, the fruits of your labor as you continue with your education. So I will end my comment there. So thank you. And again, staff, thank you for the wonderful job you're doing. And to our teachers, administrators, counselors, and everybody, thank you. Thank you. We can't thank you enough. Thank you.
All right. And Dr. Flores, I believe, is up next.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hill. And I do believe we, each of us help in our own ways. I only refer people when I don't have the answer, like if they need a device or something like that. But I mean, I think that we do roll up our sleeves and do it even more than what we do. And so I thank you for that. I only have 3 comments tonight, maybe 4. And I just want to remind everybody that today, August 18th, 2020, is the 100th year of the passage of the 19th Amendment that passed it was ratified in 1920. And it was the right for women to vote. However, it was only white women that were allowed to vote. And it was Black women and women of color who were not able to vote until 5 decades later. And historian Martha Jones is just publishing a new book called Vanguard: How Black Women Broke Barriers, Won the Vote, and Insisted on Equality for All. Her name again is historian Martha S. Jones, And I just pre-ordered the book. And I mean, for us to have equal voting is very important given our present situation today, and in terms of supporting democracy and our civil right. It's a civil right for us to vote. So that's number one. Number two, I am getting, and I don't know how to handle this, but I'm just going to share the complaint that it's, people mentioned it earlier that, and this is from teachers, that it's extra work logging in the synchronous and asynchronous time. It's additional work. I don't know how to mitigate it. I don't know what we have to do, but it's even more work. I don't know how it works. I just would like you to look into it, but I'm getting quite a few complaints. Number two. Number three, I want us not to forget that we need to establish a 3-party communication service for our teachers and our staff to make calls to parents and students from a 3rd-party phone, not their own phone. And I don't recall where we're at in that process, but I don't want us to lose sight of that in terms of following up. And I have to say that I was having problems with my HP computer at home, and I was able to call my university, and I got a real person, and the tech walked me through my problem on the spot. So I didn't have to wait till the next day. I had instant gratification in terms of doing that. So maybe that's what Mr. Gallo was talking about. And so if Cal State can do it, we could do it too. So anyway, my last comment is that I just wanted to share with the board and the public that Governor Newsom just signed the ethnic studies bill requirement for all CSU students before they graduate from college, that they have to take ethnic studies course that deals with social justice as well. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gallo?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. I wanted to kind of follow up on something that I know we chatted about before, which was teachers being able to conduct distance learning from their classroom. I would think it would be a really easy thing to maintain all of the appropriate social distancing, masks, cleanliness needs and everything for those teachers that wish to do so. And, wondering where that might be and that evaluation. And, we've got people at every one of the school sites coming in, and obviously have figured out, how our office workers, et cetera, are able to migrate through all of these things. So you would think without students and a teacher that, for a variety of reasons, as was cited in some of the public comments tonight, can we consider that? Are we looking at that? And, where might we stand on that?
Thank you, Mr. Gallo. Mr. Tillman?
So just to help out Mr. Gallo, are we going to be able to agendize it so we can discuss that? Because that's a big deal, Mr. Gallo. Number one, we have to find out if we can do it. Does the direction from the state and the public health preclude us from allowing teachers just to be there by themselves? Is that that's the first question. Anybody have the answer for that?
I think Dr. Volkemer.
Mr. Tillman, we're not precluded from having teachers on campus. Right now, the restriction, if you will, is that counties that are on the watch list have to be in distance learning mode. That doesn't mean that we can't. Where that happens is not necessarily a restriction other than for safety considerations.
Yeah, and the point about agendizing it, we discussed this and it was agendized as part of a presentation a month or two ago.
But in order to get the rate, I haven't heard anyone say they're going to do it.
So maybe we got to agendize it again, is what you're saying.
Exactly. And then have an actionable item on there.
Right. Well, let's take that action. If somebody else would also, say, let's put it on the agenda, that'd be great.
Okay, board, we're listening for consent.
Can I say something, Madam President?
Yes.
Dr. Flores. I've been reading. I know, Mike, that our teachers are asking for it, but I've read where, I don't remember the school today. I'm sorry, I was going to remember it, but a teacher came in and infected or exposed, had COVID, and exposed all the teachers on campus. And just one person did that. And so they had to close the school down because they were coming in to teach from their classrooms and sent them all home. And so, but I mean, that I'm just raising that as a concern.
We haven't done that. We got staff showing up every day to our site. And
I want to ask Harold, how many of our staff showing up have gotten sick and we don't know about it and have to go home?
We won't be able to report if we don't know about it, but
that's right.
we can report those who we know we've been doing contact tracing with.
Right, but I do know that our maintenance guys had to. How many of them had to go home? Our classified maintenance guys.
We will bring you back that information as part of this discussion, board.
Okay.
And that's why it should be agendized.
All right, let's agendize it so we can discuss it and argue.
My point is, it would be like work, and if there would be protocols in place in case someone was found to be positive. But and what I'm sure what Mr. Gallo was talking about is totally voluntary, because we've had teachers reach out to us and say they would rather use their classroom. Right. So that's what the issue is. So I think it should be agendized to talk about. I want. Was it my turn or is it still your turn?
Yeah. And by the way, other school districts are doing this.
My turn, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we're in a really different time. I don't want to lose sight of the fact that overnight we had teachers who were very successful. Let's just use a kindergarten teacher, for example, teaching in the district for many years, a celebrated teacher. And then overnight, this teacher who had never used technology before has to get up to speed and find a way to be successful teaching using technology. And that's a huge challenge. I work with technology for a living. So when you take an employee that has never used technology, all the things that we assume and take for second nature is confusing for someone who's not familiar with technology. So I hope we have the patience to understand that. And I think it's important, Dr. Volkemer, that the principals and the district staff and find a way as we monitor classrooms and notice teachers who are struggling with the technology, there has to be something where we help those teachers out. And I haven't seen where we're using the groups like Youth Action Project and those folks to be matched up with parents and students that need extra help. Are we doing that yet?
Is it Dr. Perez? I know that they have engaged all of them.
I can address that. I know Dr. Rodriguez may not have all of the info on that just yet. So yes, we have engaged with YAP as well as all of our other partners for CAPS. And actually today the CAPS teams did their first virtual interaction with students. I was getting pictures of it. So yes, Mr. Tillman, that is being launched as we speak. I know today was like the very first day that they were getting that off the ground.
And is there going to be a way for a parent to request that type of support?
Yes, there is a way for that to happen. And actually that we're doing a lot of targeting, looking for students who may need extra support. So not waiting for people to ask for the help.
And
that is the direction.
What is that way?
But through communication with the school. So that's why it was important for us to have our site leads. The CAP site leads know the school. They know the students. They're not foreign to them. They've been with them for years. And so those site leads, in conjunction with the site leaders and teachers, are able to identify students that they want to target and really be strategic about their engagement with them.
Well, let me tell you about a scenario that I need help with. I get a call from a parent or a grandparent, and their child is given an assignment when they're not there. They just have someone there that can watch the kids, or maybe the kids are there together, or a parent is home but working full time in the background, so cannot in any way be involved in the educational process, and two, doesn't understand the work. So how does that parent say, I have a student that needs help? Because another piece is, and I don't know how we're going to address this, it used to be if you were in class, there were certain things that you did, and then the teacher graded it, and it was all in-class work. That part is challenging now. I mean, I had a parent approach me, was frustrated because the teacher said, grade your child's paper. And she's like, how am I supposed to grade the paper? I don't understand the work myself. And this is something that in the past we haven't been told to do. I mean, how does the parent supposed to teach a kid? That's what the teacher's for, right?
Right.
So I don't know how we work through that, but that's a huge strain right now in terms of how much education is supposed to be just between the teacher and the student, and doesn't require intervention from the parent. Because to be fair, right now, a whole lot of successful learning is predicated on how well that parent can help out. And that's fine for the student that happens to have a parent that doesn't have to work and can be there online with the student, right? So I don't know how we're addressing that, but I do think that one way we can do it is if I was able to tell parents, you can call this group or one of our affiliates like YAP, and they have tutors, and we can match you up with one, and then after class is over, the tutor can call and maybe go online with your child and work through their assignments even before that parent gets home from work. But that's possible. But right now, you're not going to know who that parent is. So my point is, somehow we have to be able to tell parents that there are resources out there that can give one-on-one help to their child when they have questions and needs. And you know what I mean? So I don't know. Yeah. You don't have to have the answer right now, but I definitely think it's something that we have to work on. We have to find a way to integrate that tutoring and offer it up to parents, and because you're not going to be able to know everyone that needs it. So if we're taking the approach that our the teams that have been working with us through CAPS know who to contact, that's not the right answer, because you got a whole new cadre of people who need help, but they never had that connection with the groups that are doing the helping. So and I'd say both scenarios, including the one about the teachers having to get up to speed who never use technology, just to say that we realize that everyone's not getting the best education possible right now. It's the first couple of weeks in the school, and we know we need to tweak things and make changes, and we're looking for feedback. And as we move forward, we hope to do a whole lot better. But there are some huge challenges out there right now, and I don't know. Is there any part of the educational day where it's being conducted knowing that the only way it's going to happen is between that session online with the student and the teacher, or is all of it done under the guise that you're going to have a parent involved?
So, Mr. Tillman, the daily live instruction piece of the instructional time is designed so that the teacher can provide the instruction and actually monitor that the students are grasping the concept, and they can evidence that in a variety of ways. So it's what we call a gradual release in education. We'll start with all of our kids. We're monitoring as a teacher to say, okay, this student's got it, they're ready to move to that independent practice. So that's the kind of like, it's a very intricate relationship between the student and the teacher. But when a teacher knows the student's got it, then they're able to say, okay, now when we're off of this, call or meeting, then you're working independently on that skill, which is why
go ahead, finish.
Which is why I talked about that small group instruction that this setup allows now. Because if, as a teacher, say I'm a 4th grade teacher, during my instruction, I'm seeing that there's 4 or 5 kids that need this particular skill, then I can have that time with them in a small group to really help them grasp the skill by teaching them in a different manner or a different approach.
And then last, on a technical note, I had a parent come in to, and tell me today that they thought it was a state test. Because STARS, you can see where they can think STARS is state test, but they were doing the STARS test, and they tell me that the STARS uses a split screen and that the iPads are too small. So are the teachers and is staff aware that you can't do the STARS testing on an iPad because the screen is too small? And that's the reason why some of the parents want to swap out the iPads for a Chromebook. Are we aware of that?
So I was not aware of that. Doesn't mean that our team wasn't, Mr. Tillman. And so I will check back with it's probably our elementary instruction team, I'm imagining, because it was probably a younger kiddo with STAR. And we will get more information about that. That has not been brought to my attention.
But and I think it's something that's critical because if you can't see the STAR application on an iPad, then we shouldn't do the STAR application until everyone has a Chromebook. Or find something that works. Maybe you can reformat it for the iPad. But those type of things we need to take care of as soon as possible to release some of the frustration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Wyatt?
Thank you, Madam President. And I had quite a few comments, but I'll try to keep them brief because we've had a lot to say tonight. But number one, I just want to let our community know out there that I'm looking forward to our town hall meeting this Thursday night at 6 p.m. And it's critical that we have as many folks participate as possible. I've done a couple even for myself, and we need their feedback. We need them to come on and let us know what their concerns are. This is a great opportunity for them to have a voice. Dr. Hill mentioned earlier about us working with our community, and I think a lot of us do. I think a lot of us do behind the scenes too, and we don't even talk about it. We get emails, we get text messages, we get instant messaging, and I know a lot of us try to do as much as we can with them, with what we know, but sometimes we just don't know everything, and we have to defer to our experts, which are our staff. But again, folks, we really need your input out there. It is critical for our plan, for our learning. What do we call that darn thing now? Our learning continuity and attendance plan. I had to look at my own that I have right next to me because we have so many different acronyms right now. But it's so important that we get your feedback, and please participate. And when you do, let's have positive input. I know some things are critical, but we need positive input to know what we can do more efficiently and do better for our kids. And again, Dr. Hill, thank you. I think it was you that brought up the issue about food. We want to make sure our kids are getting fed out there. I think we're doing a heck of a job with the locations, and we're giving out thousands and thousands of meals. But even if one kid goes hungry, that's a concern. That's one kid too many. And
you muted yourself, Scott. Scott, you're on mute.
You muted.
You're on mute, Scott.
Dr. Wyatt, you're
muted.
You muted yourself, Scott.
Scott,
you're still muted. You're
Scott, you're muted.
No.
Off.
I'm back.
There you go.
Now you are. Yeah.
Sorry about that, because I'm on Bluetooth Wi-Fi speaker. And I probably said a lot and you didn't hear, but so I'll just keep on going to what the next thing is.
Just a small portion we did.
Yeah, but one concern I do have, and hopefully you can still hear me. Yes.
Yes.
All right. And again, this is just stuff I'm seeing on my own observations with what I do. Is when we come back to the workplace, is our workplace going to physically be ready? You know, I know we have a plan in place. I know we're saying, yes, we're going to be ready. But, you know, we say that and then we hear different things. And, you know, I think just the cleaning of our facility is going to be huge, you know, that we keep that in mind. Obviously, the social distancing, making sure our kids and our staff are wearing masks. I mean, it's all nice in theory till we get to practice. And, you know, when we start to see that in action, you know, are we going to police that? Are we going to monitor that? Are we going to make sure our folks are doing what they're supposed to do? And are we going to be ready for it? Because again, some of the early responses I'm seeing is some of the biggest concerns for parents is our site's going to be clean and safe. And I know the same for our collective bargaining units. You know, we're hearing that as well. And I've seen some amazing plans that we have. And I think, you know, we have a lot of great ideas and ready to go, but we need to ensure that we're doing everything we can to have a safe workplace and learning environment, because it's only going to take a few people to make it, people say, wow, you weren't ready. So yeah, I can't say that enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. White. Ms. Rosales Medina, I know you didn't put anything in the chat to make a comment, but are you there? Would you like to make a comment?
I just wanted to make sure that we are addressing what was mentioned with the computers. But other than that, I mean, we're doing so many things already. And like I said, I've spoken, and many of you already know, with your own teachers calling or students or parents calling you all. I also get calls from other districts and not surrounding districts, teachers that work in other districts. And they're always asking myself, what are we doing to address this? And because their district is way behind. So in that sense, I am really proud of where we are right now. And the fact that we're doing things innovatively, we're addressing the digital gap, we're addressing all of these things. And so I'm really proud of the district, and I'm really proud of the board and the cabinet for doing all the work that they're doing, the teachers and students that are going through what they're going through right now in these difficult times. So I'm really happy, and I'm really proud of everyone.
Thank you. And I won't belabor what has already been said. Again, it's 2 weeks. We're 2 weeks in, but not only are we 2 weeks in, we're a long ways ahead, because we, again, as I've said before, we were very proactive in the work, and we're learning as we go. And I'd like to say, let's again continue to rely on our natural resources. I heard it say earlier, offering up, you know, our county partners are there, especially with our homeless community. We want to continue to partner with those that can support and help us reach. But I think another one of our most important team members are our parents that are doing it, getting the work done. They are in the neighborhoods of those that are not connected as we want them to. So we want to say to our parents, that's another reason why we're having the big virtual meeting. Bring your voice again, but as you gather that information, we'd like you to also go out and reach those that we haven't been able to reach, show them how we're navigating this system. We will get better. There's no doubt in my mind we will get better, because we're only talking about 2 weeks. So imagine what we'll be like as we're down 2 months. We'll be able to resolve many of these things. But just again, know that your board is working on your behalf. We're brainstorming, but we thank the district for their diligence in this heavy lift that got us here into a world of distance education that no one knew, but we are working through it, and we're making sure that our students are they're receiving the best that they can. We're not just willy-nilly. These PowerPoints are really diving deep and showing us what you are doing as a district for our kids. So we appreciate that. And again, to our family, just stick with us, and we're going to stick with you, and we're going to receive information from you and vice versa, and we'll get through this. So now we're going to move to our superintendent and staff comments 8.2.
Thank you, President Rogers. Board, just a couple reminders. One you've heard a couple times already today, and that is based on a request that you made, we will be hosting two virtual town hall meetings on Thursday, August 20th, just 2 days from now. One will be from 12 to 2, one will be p.m., one will be from 6 to 8 p.m. So we're encouraging everybody, come yourselves and bring a friend. We really, really are going to be in listening mode. We want to hear what your experiences have been so that we can be responsive to our community. That's going to be a very important part of our planning and our refinement. Then on August 26th, if you could put on your calendars, we have our next LCAP meeting on August 26th, 5 to 7 p.m. And that's going to be to assist the district with gathering additional input, achieve greater outcomes related to our LCAP efforts. And then the last thing, as long as I'm playing with your calendars, I don't know about any of you, but I love live music. I love to go to concerts. So this whole COVID thing has, been concert free for months and months and months. But we do have a great opportunity on Friday evening. It won't be in person, but it's going to be cool. The Cajon High School Chamber Choir is going to be presenting the Disney Cabaret at 7 o'clock live on YouTube. We'll get that out to you. We hope you'll be able to join us. I'm going to be there. I want to see a little live music that I haven't seen in a while. Looking forward to that great performance by our students. Just a couple recognitions. First, I'd like Lorraine. It would normally be to Sandra, but she hasn't been in the seat quite long enough to maybe even have the background on this to talk about how our Atlas team is being featured in an article. So Lorraine, if you would.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Volkemer and board. We're just very excited to share that the work that our Atlas team has done has been picked up by a few different outlets. It started with one author who was really doing research and trying to figure out how to best meet the needs of foster and homeless students. And that person's publishing then got the attention of another publisher. And so our district is being highlighted in the ESSA magazine that really outlines how we go about the work of best using Title I funds. And so they came, well, they didn't physically come out, they virtually came out and talked with our teams, including Vicki Lee. She was very instrumental in that conversation and sharing what our district's doing. So just a very huge shout out to our board for the support that you consistently provide for our foster and homeless students and the love and just energy you put around them. And then to our specialized programs team, I know their hearts, they give everything. They're constantly, concerned about the students and checking in on them. And they do that from such a place of love and caring all the time. So just want to share my thanks to them and gratitude for all the work that they do to support our students.
Great, thank you, Dr. Perez. And then two additional recognitions. Student Services is kind of on a roll right now. I want to share that district staff will be presenting at the California School Boards Association Annual Education Conference on our district anti-bullying program. So as you start to round out your which virtual sessions you're going to go to, make sure you have that one on your calendar as well. And then finally, the district Student Wellness and Support Services Program is a finalist for the California School Boards Association Golden Bell Award. As you know, this is a very prestigious award. We love getting golden bells. We can never have enough golden bells in the district. They are a finalist. We do have to go through a verification visit, so keep your fingers crossed on that. I'm sure that will go just fine, and we'll look forward to that program being highlighted as a Golden Bell Award winner at CSBA. So those are my comments for this evening. Thank you, President Rogers.
Excellent. Congratulations again. Go wellness. Yay. Okay, 9.0 consent items.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. Are there any items to? Obviously none. Okay, if there's no discussion, can I go ahead and take a vote? Yeah. All right, Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. And let me scroll on down here. Let's see. All right. 10.1. Oh, here we go. Personnel report number 3 dated August 18, 2020.
As presented.
Good job.
So moved.
Wow.
Second.
A seamless transition.
It's been moved and properly seconded. If there's no discussion, then we will vote. Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
That was even better when he practiced it for us, but
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. All right. 10.2. 45-day revision after adoption of governor's budget.
So moved.
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. If no discussion, we'll take the vote. Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers. Aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 10.3, resolution requesting Board of Supervisors of the San Bernardino County to establish tax rate for bonds of San Bernardino City Unified School District expected to be sold during fiscal year 2021.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. If there's no discussion, we'll take the vote. Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
I'll have to abstain on that one.
Okay. Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. 10.4, 2021 Consolidated Application and Reporting Systems CARS Spring Submission.
So move.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and second. No discussion. Let's take the vote. Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman. Ms. Okay. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. 10.5, amendment number 1 to the elementary and secondary science textbook adoption.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
It's been
And
moved.
I do have a comment, but
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion?
yeah. Are we getting the digital content for these science lessons? And is it student-based stuff? And do we have access to it, I guess is the question.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Gallo. So this, yes, we do have access to the digital components and the textbooks digitally as well. This amendment is actually for the professional development that goes along with the textbook adoption that you all approved sometime in the spring. We have asked for the publisher to adjust their professional development to best meet the needs of the new distance learning environment. So they'll be specifically gearing it towards helping our teachers get acclimated.
Great, thank you.
All right, if there's no further discussion, I'll take the vote. Dr. Hill.
Oh, I knew you were gonna call on me first. I'll shock you. Aye.
Thank you. Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion
I
carried.
know, Margaret, it's random. You notice it's random order here, you know. Our president just wanders. Who knows who's going to be called on?
No, she wants to know if we're paying attention.
Exactly. Who's on my screen? All right. 10.6, approval of board policy 4119.3, certificated rules of conduct. Second reading.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. If there is no discussion, we will take the vote. Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 10.7, approval of the board policy 5145.9, students hate motivated behavior. Second reading.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. If there's no discussion, we will take the vote. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 10.8, approval of the new board policy 0470 COVID-19 mitigation plan. Second reading.
So moved.
He had about 8 moves.
Thank you. It's been moved and second. If there's no discussion, we will take the vote. Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. All right, and I will have a reading on this one. Consideration and approval of the employment contract, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. And all right, and I need to go ahead and read in on here. So let me click it open. All right, the Board of Education is considering the employment contract, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, effective date August 5th, 2020, 222 days, work year $177,683 to $187,510 annual compensation and fringe benefits, including health insurance, 1 day a month sick leave credited in advance for the current year's entitlement, 750 annual doctoral degree stipends, and a 2.5 anniversary increments of 21 and 25 years. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approves the employment contract, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, effective date August 5th, 2020. And did I hear a motion?
I'll reiterate my motion.
Okay, I heard a motion, and was there a second?
Second.
All right, is there any discussion? If not, we will take the vote. Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. And I will have another read in on 10.9 as well. Or 10.10.
10.10.
Yes, 10.10. All right, 10.10, consideration and approval of the employment contract, Assistant Superintendent, Student Services. The Board of Education is considering the employment contract, Assistant Superintendent, Student Services, effective date August 5th, 2020, 222 days, work year $177,683 to $187,510, annual compensation with fringe benefits, including health insurance, 1 day a month sick leave credited in advance for the current year's entitlement, $750 annual doctoral degree stipend, and 2.5 anniversary increments at 21 and 25 years. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approves the employment contract, Assistant Superintendent, Student Service, date effective August 5th, 2020.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and second. If there's no discussion, I will take the vote. Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 10.10, consideration and approve. Oh, I'm sorry. I just read that. Oops, scroll down further. All right, 11.1, review of board requests. Is that you, Dr. Menores?
Yes, I'm on, I'm ready. We've got 20 follow-up board.
All right.
First one, allow students the opportunity to open the school with announcements or et cetera that came from the virtual orange juice.
Yes.
First one. Number 2, look into innovative ways for homeless youth to charge their devices. Mr. Tillman asked us to do that. Number 3, this really came from many board members in different ways, started with Mr. Gallo, so I hope I've captured enough of it, but explore a customer response call center for live responses. And then I think we're adding to that to establish a small board subcommittee to work with IT to troubleshoot all of these customer service needs. That's what
I would recommend changing the word explore to implement.
And in addition to that, because I think it was Ms. Rogers who talked about having some kind of subcommittee that worked with the board
to explore, to implement.
Yeah, we can have a process, but I think the real thing is that explore shouldn't conclude the effort. Implementation should conclude the effort.
All right, I've changed it to implement in my notes. Number 4 was to provide a frequently asked question sheet for parents to help troubleshoot, maybe through their mobile device. That came from Dr. Hill, and I know Mr. Tu wrote that down. But it's something that the parents can access and try to troubleshoot their own challenges. So to look into that. Number 5 was, it was more of a comment from Ms. Rosales Medina, but we did capture it, and we've heard it from many board members that teachers are not able to access Zoom. So we want to make sure that we've taken care of that. So we'll put that down as a follow-up. Ms. Rosales Medina also asked us to investigate purchasing stylus pens for most specifically our kindergarten students, but really our youngest learners. And then also for the one teacher who had the idea about reimbursement for that person. How could she go about being reimbursed? So we've captured that.
Okay.
Thank you. Dr. Flores asks, well, this came up in many ways, board, so I think I have it more than once maybe. So the first time, well, not the first time, but I wrote, need to make sure we have a procedure available for swapping out the old computers. That came from Dr. Flores, but then also Mr. Tillman talked about identifying, no, where is it? I've got it in multiple places. So I'm gonna read that one, then I'm going to move on, okay? Because it came up multiple times. The next one is to identify the barriers for our African-American youth who are not connecting through distance learning. What are those barriers? Mr. Tillman asked for that, and then Dr. Flores added that there are also other student groups that are, where we have a number of students who are not connecting. So we need to identify those barriers so we can mitigate. And I believe Ms. Rosales Medina also added to that. Dr. Flores also, in reference to the barriers for the youth, asked us to continue to work and find innovative ways to connect the parents with helping get their kids logged in. So we put that together. And I think Ms. Rosales Medina added to that. Mr. Gallo asked that we clarify how Remind will be used to contact parents by the teacher. Specifically making sure that everyone understands how the two-way system works. Mr. Tillman, I almost skipped this one. Mr. Tillman asked that we look into the number of calls taken by Cybertech and their response time so we can determine if we need to increase the contract. So we will get that information and then bring that back to the board. Dr. Wyatt gave a suggestion about teaming up our district staff with probation department to complete the home visits, so we can find those students that, again, that we have not connected with yet. There has been a request by Mr. Tillman to develop policy to standardize the virtual background and include in that not mandate students having the camera on the whole time. And then various board members, I think Dr. Hill started it, but others echoed it, that you would like to begin with an input from staff. So we've captured that. Many of you, this is the one that came up multiple times. Identify the procedure a teacher would use to get upgraded devices if they're not getting it from their site leader. So you really want us to make sure, and we want to do the same, that our teachers have the tools they need in order to be able to provide the instruction that we're expecting of them. So specifically, this is around the devices that are upgraded to or new enough that they can do the work. And that came from the majority of the board. There was a request by Ms. Medina to just investigate our current system, specifically Clever, to make sure it's the best option for our staff. And if it's not, just because we have it, don't keep using it. Make the decision to change.
Right. And then of course, from our teachers that are using the program.
Yes, thank you. The number 16 really goes back to the request to make sure that the teachers have upgraded devices. So I think about all board members at different points during the meeting reminded us that there is the CARES Act money that can be used to purchase those devices. So be sure that, don't be afraid to use that is what we hear you saying over and over again. So we've got that. Dr. Hill made the recommendation during our meal distribution to pass out flyers and also to share it with our school police about school has started. So again, another outreach effort. So thank you for that. Dr. Flores asked that we continue to look into how to further streamline the logging of synchronous and asynchronous learning for our teachers. And so we'll keep working on that, trying to figure out how to do that. We're not looking for our teachers to take a whole bunch of time there. Dr. Flores, you also asked that we investigate the third-party solution for teachers to contact parents. I believe that is the remind that we're moving forward with, but we'll include that in
not just parents, but our staff.
Yes.
Our staff that can also, they're not in their offices, but they could help teachers to reach the kids from their homes. Yeah.
Right. So I've captured that. Thank you. We will be agendizing, allowing teachers to conduct distance learning from the classroom, the teachers who want to do it in a voluntary manner. So we will be agendizing that for the board to discuss, and we'll bring back the necessary information so that you can have an informed discussion. Mr. Tillman asked, and Mr. Gallo, you were the one who asked for the agendas of allowing teachers to work in their classrooms. Mr. Tillman asked that we ensure the after-school resources and supports are communicated to families. So we've captured that. And then the last one that came from Mr. Tillman was to investigate what does the STAR application look like on the iPad? Because if it doesn't show up the right way, then we need to make some changes in what that looks like, or maybe the use of STAR. So we'll look into that. And that is it.
I had one other that I mentioned, and that was on the availability of the digital curriculum. Been told that students don't have access to some of this, and we've purchased some parts, haven't purchased other parts. I'd really like to know, how we're going to ensure that teachers have these appropriate supplemental materials.
So Mr. Gallo, to that as provide an update as to how teachers provide an update on the supplemental materials teachers have digitally?
Yeah, and to ensure how do they get it? How do they, we've got a lot of teachers who say they do not have access to it. And there's some teacher guides, but nothing for the students. So, I think we really got to understand that issue. I mean, we spent a lot of money on curriculum, and can't believe we wouldn't have digital content for students.
Thank you.
Okay, if everyone had their comments in, we are now going to move to 12.1, adjournment of the board meeting. We want to remind everyone that on the 20th, we do have 2 virtual meetings coming up for our families and communities. So we're looking forward to you all joining us there. So is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? All right. Thank you so much. There is a motion, and we're going to adjourn. And remember, we're all in this together. And so we will see you again. We're going to work together. We're going to be better, and we're going to do better together. Thank you. Have a great night, and God bless you all.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Good night.
Good night.